responsible.
How's it going, everyone? Happy July, and welcome to this edition of Junior Draft. I'm Broken Pinky, joined by the wonderful Weef, and we're here for some great vibes. How you doing today, Weef?
What's up? I always love Junior's Draft. It's always the most fun time. Super chill, super fun vibes. Get to watch all these players who are really getting their first steps into competitive Splatoon. Super fun comps, fun times all around. Woo!
It's just, I don't know, it's just such great vibes. Shout out to Elemental, he's the goat for throwing this whole shebang together and just having us along for the ride. And man, we have some fun team names in this tournament.
They are all extremely messed up.
I saw that tweet and I had to learn how to pronounce Gedagidegadagidayo because I had no idea.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a second.
Gedagidegadagidayo.
The one that's in, I think that's Mandarin. I'm not even gonna try to say that. A lot of them.
Oh,
what was that?
I'm gonna just say Chungus. I'm gonna keep it $100. I'm just gonna say Chungus.
So true. So true.
Wait, I just realized we have photos printed and Bogos Binted.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be the fight of the century. Hopefully.
I think they're in opposite pools, which is sad. But we are gonna be starting these off with Mr. Beast Mewers and Vine Voom in phenomenal fashion.
It's great because I'm working with kids this summer. I'm a kid counselor this summer, and some of my, like, most of my, I work with 4th and 5th graders, and almost all of them, like, know what the current, like, trends are. And so, like, we have kids, these, like, little, squeaky little 10-year-olds just talking about mewing, and it's extremely funny. I love it. It's the best thing in the world.
How does it feel as a Gen Z to learn about Gen Alpha every day for your job?
It's so fun. They're just like us, but small. I know for a fact that I would be obnoxious if I was in Gen Alpha, as I was when I was also 10. So
I would be the most annoying Gen Alpha kid of all time. It'd be awesome.
shout out to the player on Mr. Beast Mewers who's named Goop. I really respect that.
Wait, that's actually really fire.
I love that actually.
Goop is actually a perfect name for this tournament. I hope you never change your gamer tag.
Yeah, Mr. Beast Mewers got Goop, Cheese, Kaya, and Unibeast, while Boom has Deef, DVC Carlio, yeah, Abaccio, and Citrus. So.
Shout out to Deef. Deef's also a cool name.
So, I'm not very familiar with the current meta. I've been out of the scene. Like, I've been playing a little bit, but I've been mostly out of the scene. Yeah, what do you, like, obviously these players aren't super attuned to the meta, but if they were, what would be you expecting to be seeing?
A lot of mid lines. I mean, a lot of this meta is just pencil, and then your mid lines, your squeezer, your stamper, your bucket, your range, and then you have your supportive short range shooter, your splashes, your shots occasionally. Sometimes your dually if you want to go more aggressive route. And then there's, you know, as always, weirdo tent comps that kind of make the winning scene.
Oh yeah.
But we're not.
I feel like it's eternal.
Oh yeah.
I feel like the weird tent comps never go away, and I love that. One thing I always love about the juniors draft is, like, sometimes you'll just see players pull out the big swig and then they slaughter with it. They get like 5 quads in a row. They're just absolutely messing things up because these players may not know how to exploit the weaknesses of the weapons that aren't really as favored in the meta as well. They don't, you know. What?
Wait, big swig has weaknesses?
No, not a single one. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
I was about to say. I'm like, wait, what? This is the first I'm hearing of it.
The top tier. You know, this big swig meta is really getting me down, man. I'm so tired of all these talentless big swig players.
Talentless back cheesers trying to just. I'm just trying to shoot them, and then they just eat all of my shots. What am I supposed to do about it?
And yeah, like, I really hate getting rolled over by a big swig. You know, with its very powerful roll time.
I mean, it has a one-shot up close. If it hits you and it rolls you over, and it just is crushed by a big swig roller, that deals mental damage.
They really need to nerf that. Yeah, that's pretty unfair. Anyway.
They should put main power down in this game.
Yeah, my wish list is I want to. Oh God, sorry. My wish list is I want to see like a Clash Blaster really messing things up. I want to see a big swig. Of course, there's the Dynamo. Dynamo is always like a cult classic. I really want to see a Dynamo really messing things up. Are there anything you really want to see?
I don't want to see Game 3. What is Rainmaker Mincemeat doing on this map list?
Can you explain?
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh God. Like, that was just like neuron activation in the worst way possible. It looked over
I didn't even
right
process it. I didn't even process it. I saw it and it didn't even cross. Yeah, no. Barnacle, pretty decent. Museum is my favorite map of all time. Big fan of Museum. Museum Clams maybe up there in my Hall of Fame, but yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
You know, my one memory of Rainmaker Museum was that it was hell yeah. It was my first ever game of Ludi, and I did not have fun that game. So let's just get right into it. Hopefully these players had a lot more fun than I did. Mr. Beast Mewers and Voom on Zone's Barnacle. We're seeing the Wellstring. We're seeing Squeezer. Deef, what are you doing, man? 52? What is going on?
Ooh, but they do. It is making up with it because the dualies, the Dapple dualies, are such a classic. It is one of my favorite kits in the entire game. I love the Dapples kit. It's so fun. 2 players down already on the side of, I believe that was Mr. Beast Mewers, but Vymoom's gonna go on into his own.
Also, a friendly reminder to take off your Splatfest teams. I think I saw 2 on the side of Vymoom there. Yeah.
Well, they gotta represent their teams, man. Looks like Vymoom's already getting a pretty decent lead here. Bubble hopping out on the defensive, but they're still trying to move in and take that stack.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to vibe in the stack. They got the strikes going. This is the highest level of junior draft I think I've ever seen. This is actually kind of crazy. They're moving forward with their specials, and, you know, Vymoom's holding on to their own defensively with stuff like a breaker, and they have the wall and stuff. This is honestly, like, way more like high-level play than I was expecting to see in round 1 Switch, but I'm here
Where are
for
they
it.
feeding these babies?
Yeah!
This is really impressive. It looks like Mr. Mewers just is not able to get really a hold, and they are still contesting continuously, but they're getting kind of staggered here. Mr. Mewers is getting in a lot of, or is that Vine? Sorry, can't keep it straight. Just holding pretty well and just keeping on getting the crucial picks. Not really able to get a coordination. 2 specials going out at the same time, which is great, and actually is going to lead into the control being lost for a second. But there's 10 seconds left on the clock, a little bit less as it's continuously to tick down, and it doesn't look like they have much of a chance. And that's the first game going pretty fast.
Yeah, 100-0 in favor of the Crimson team. I believe that is going to be Vine Voom taking that. Just, I mean, very strong defense that whole time, but I mean, I was impressed by how all these 2 teams were playing. I mean, considering this is just like a draft tournament and they just kind of stick 4 people together as far as I'm aware, really solid play all around and really good coordination. So this could be a fun set for sure.
Citrus had amazing drip there. That was really good drip. Let's see. Yeah, no, also you love to see Dappledoodle is winning. Big fan of that. Yeah, just super fun kit. Especially if you're running like a bunch of sub-saver, or not sub-saver, sub power up. Like, you can just enable your team and then just feed because you're still helping out your team. It's so fun, especially when you're at a little bit of a lower level here. But that was Flat Zones. Flat Zones I always feel is a little bit of an outlier when it comes to how tournament games go, because a lot of teams who are not good at the other modes are really good at Flat Zones. So we'll see if we change it up with Clan Blitz, which is always interesting to watch in Junior's Draft because it takes a lot more coordination than a lot of the other modes. So not only is it a draft tournament where you're not really having that amazing team synergy as much as you see with teams who've been playing together for months or even years, but also it's just one of the, like, it is just the hardest game mode to learn in terms of coordination for like lower ranked players.
Oh, 100%. This is gonna be a test for both these teams for sure, especially on Museum. Probably, well, not probably, but it is one of the more defender favored clanless maps in this game, just because, you know, on the enemy plat, it's very hard to move forward. A lot of good defensive high ground for teams to make use of. So it is kind of hard to like actually get that push going the whole way to the basket. So I'm curious. We might see the scores be 100-100 for a while, or we might just see like Vine Boom bust the door down with the Dabble Doolies, which I would love to see. I think Dabble Doolies is awesome because it's like you play so selfishly, and in that way you accidentally support your team. It's so funny.
It's awesome. I love it.
Like, everything that weapon does is for itself, and then the teammates just happen to be there to profit off of it.
If Vine Boom can stagger like they did, stagger the other team like they did in the last game, I think this is really looking solid for them. But also, like you said, it's pretty hard to get a defensive hold. But if they can make it, we're gonna see some good things. We're gonna go ahead and start off just beacons being placed. I think Abachio switched from. I don't think they had that ink rush last game.
I don't think so either, but they do still have their Splash SD on. Deep did switch off.
No.
Yeah.
And also Kraken Roller instead of the original roller, which of course notorious for Clan Blitz, even though it's not quite the same.
Yeah, not as notorious anymore, but Kraken is still definitely a fun special, and definitely still very complained about nowadays.
Yeah.
Right now, I mean, Vine Boom just has a lot of control of the mid area. Mr. Beast Mewers kind of struggling to get anything, you know, substantiated right now, and Vine Boom gonna be running just guns blazing to the enemy side, but not having a ton of clams, so unlikely to see a push. They're just gonna drop back and grab that power clam. He's gonna be trying to hold down the front lines.
Goop's gonna break right back out into mid, trying to get some paint up in mid for their team. They have beacons down as well, gonna crack an in, but canceled by a bomb. Very sad. Only the Charger left on the side of Vine, or that's Mr. Mewers, so it looks like we're going to see a really early push. Already def to 60. These guys are tearing it in on these guys. Especially, they still have 2 specials left. They still have their cooler ready. They're popping that whale. That Doolies is getting so many clams. It's going to continue to go. We're already at 30 points. We're only like a minute and a half in. This is an extremely good push, and with the amount of cover that is in this map, like on the plat, it's unlikely that they're going to get pushed out anytime soon. That Charger's going to have kind of a difficult time rooting them out. Defense going to go ahead and go behind them. Going to get picked, but for the exchange of a few more 10 points. They're already down to 12 points. This is not looking super good for Mr. Beast Mewers.
Yeah, Mr. Beast Mewers, that jawline's kind of weak right now, and so is that defense game in that scenario there.
Ooh.
All the way down to 12 points. Vine Boom just really just broke the door down. Right now, Mr. Beast Mewers does have a good amount of control in mid, and they're trying to push forward, but Vine Boom just playing very defensively and patiently on their plat, waiting for Mr. Beast Mewers to overextend. Because right now, I mean, Vine Boom has full control of the game at this point. Mr. Beast Mewers is going to be fighting an uphill battle the whole way down.
Or wait, Never mind. So I was like, the colors are tripping up. I haven't commentated in a very long time, and I forgot how I used to keep the colors consistent. Looks like, yeah, they're already approaching back into the plat. That Zugo's gonna be ready, which can prove to tear things up. I believe I saw some strikes going out, but that was at the trade of a pick on that zap. Still, once again, they're doing basically the same thing they were doing last round. They're just getting a lot of crucial picks in pivotal moments, and so the other team is not able to keep their feet from under them. It's pretty rough for them.
Yeah, Voom just able to sneak a claim in, but Goop on the front lines with the help of Cheese is going to be able to get a few picks. He's going to be getting the wipeout, a double-double there for Mystery's Mewers to have a little bit of a stronger defense than the last time, only allowing that power claim and no extension of that lead. But right now, Mystery's Mewers is kind of figuring out how much of an uphill battle it can be on this map to actually push all the way to the other side. This is just a rough spot for them right now. Goop is going to be popping the crack and trying to keep themselves alive for as long as possible, but I mean, they're just being surrounded by members of Voom at this point. Mystery's Mewers is really having a rough go with things right about now.
Yeah, they had a lot of paint in mid, but that really doesn't seem to be deterring the other team. Strikes going out, but not a whole lot of capitalization off of that. There's still 2 players in mid, definitely poking at that charger, but they do get a nice pick, which could lead into something pretty nice here. Devils does have that cooler at the ready, but the teammates are going to go down before they use it. If that's 3 down, it looks like these guys might be starting to get a push going, especially if they can make their way on the plat. Not quite. That Squeezer Deef is going to be stopping them pretty soon.
Deep on that defense is going to be so stalwart here with that slash wall especially. 2 power claims are up, but that tri-strike user is going to be taken down, and that is just going to be Kaya on the charger being the last one alive there for Mr. Reese Mewers. The rest of Mr. Reese Mewers is going to be trying to regroup, but they're just kind of stuck in that corner, and Deep with that long-range laser of that Squeezer is just putting on so much pressure and making it so hard for Mr. Reese Mewers to move, especially when, anchored by that splash wall. Right now they're close to Zuka, so we might be seeing some, hold on. Let's go gambling! They're going to be popping it, trying to find some picks. Not going to find anything, but even still, Voom just has to stall up the clock at this point.
Oh, dang it. No picks. But, yeah, still, yeah, this is a great position to be in for that orange team there, who I still am not exactly sure who they are because I am confused. But, yeah, like, Clanlets, so they have 30 seconds left to get a push all the way down. They have 90 points. That's like, what is that, 4 power clams equivalent, or just a lot of other normal clams. And so they just have to know they can sit back, they can push forward a little bit. They don't really want to form a push at this point because of that free pity it would give the other team. They just know they just sit back, relax, twiddle their thumbs, but also keep that pressure up so that they're not giving up too much space.
Yeah, and right now Voom is playing for trades beautifully. DDC Corellia is going to be finding another pick onto Unibeast. And with 10 seconds left, the power claim is going to be disintegrating all the way in this blue ink. That might just be all she wrote there on the set. 2 down on Mr. Beast Mewers is not going to be enough, and Voom, playing honestly quite phenomenally across these last 2 games, is going to be taking a 2-0.
Yeah, really, really good gameplay from them. Like, it really seemed like they were super coordinated. Like I said, weren't losing a whole lot of fights. Kept the enemy staggered in the first game and in this one as well. Once again, Citrus, that is some pretty, like, Drip doesn't normally stand out to me. That Drip stood out to me. And also, they still won with the Splatfest tee.
Yeah. I mean, and
Showing
you're a
their
Splatling player
theme
at heart, so like, if anyone can recognize good Drip, it is a Splatling player, I will say.
God bless. God bless.
I did also just realize, very professional, this is a play all 3, I believe, so we are going to be seeing Game 3 on Rainmaker Mincemeat. So you can dread it, you can run from it, it's here regardless.
This is, yeah. Oh no. I mean, we'll see. Rainmaker also plays very different than these other 2 modes. And it's also really unpredictable. The lead can switch so fast. It's just like Clanlit, where in order to get a push, you have to like get an advanced degree in calculus and like work a 60-hour shift all week to pay rent kind of thing just to get a push. But yeah, Rainmaker is like, if you see an opportunity to take it, that could be lead in like 20 seconds max.
I don't think there are degrees for calculus, and this is speaking as someone who's had to take a lot of calculus courses in my path, in my college life.
You hate it.
But yeah, Clamless is pretty complicated. I feel like Rainmaker's a little bit more streamlined. You really do just grab the fish and run. Voom does have a fish in their logo, so I feel like there might be like a little bit more spiritually attuned to that sort of gameplay. So Mystery's Mewers might be struggling a little bit. They might have to imagine just the Rainmaker mewing and be a little bit more in sync in that regard. I don't really know how they can get themselves in the right headspace, but that is going to be important for them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's Swiss, so every game does count in some way. So you know, if even if they take this one back, like coming out with, like you said, a good mindset, maybe potentially get a game out that just put them in quite a better space. So, you know, even you know, lose a set, but you still get 1 point. That's pretty cool. I don't know.
At least get one win under your belts. You know, get some good win in your sails. I mean, you already lost this set, but you have at least some good momentum going into the next one, which you want to keep that good momentum going into tournament. So let's get right into it. Game 3 here between Mr. Beast Mewers and Voom. We're seeing the Luna Blaster Neo there from Kaya as opposed to the ZF Splatterscope. Quite the crazy switch.
Yeah.
Other than that, most of the same stuff. Goop going back to V-Roller, getting off that Kraken, and we're seeing a lot of the same stuff from Voom from game 2.
Although I do think they will definitely benefit a whole lot from the increased aggression that switching off that charger can get them. Oh, instant pick, but really cool. They're really going forward. This Luna Blaster is tearing it up. You love to see it. They're gonna get a third pick over here. We'll see. Also, fighting out with that brush in the pit, in the blood. Let's go. Not quite.
Also, I want to say shout out to Abaccio finally switching off that Splat ST. Better late than never. We got some Respawn Punisher on this Ink Brush. And we're going to be seeing a full wipeout from Voom onto Mr. Beast Mewers. And they're going to be grabbing that Rainmaker, probably running it. Ooh, they're running it left. Going for this bridge checkpoint. Not often seen among the higher levels of play, which is going to be the route these players want to go for. But it's not going to be particularly fruitful. We're going to be seeing Kaya just sitting back, holding that CR button as Blasters do. Unibeast is going to be falling off the map, though.
I respect it.
Going to be
Me
having
too, bud.
the defense.
Always. It's my god-given right to follow every single map in this game. Every single time. Especially when I play dualies. Man, it's rough. It's rough out there.
Oh yeah, you're a reformed Google player now, I forgot.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, like that first wipeout could have been disastrous for Mr. Beast Mewers, but since they all decided to go left, that is where you can defend from the best. So they were able to take advantage of that kind of a little bit of a mistake that their enemy team made and met them with full force at their checkpoint. And it looks like they're gonna take a lead and the checkpoint pretty not necessarily early in, but definitely probably the most headway they've made in this game so far.
Yeah, and see, that's why you push right, because you really just lay out the red carpet, you run forward, and Mr. Beast Mewers is going to be converting that to a checkpoint. Deef is going gambling right now. Aw, dang it doesn't indeed, but it's going to be finding some fall off for an assist. It's going to be getting to the jump camp on Unibeast. We're on stealth jump, folks. That Rainmaker is going to be resetting. So Voom does have a chance to recontend for this lead right now, but they are going to have to get themselves a bit organized, but they do have a fair amount of pick control, and they have the numbers advantage.
I was going to mention earlier this game that switching off the charger is an interesting choice on Vince It works, but also, like I said, the increased aggression that they're getting is something that they are really benefiting from, especially in such an aggression push forward game as Rainmaker is. So, I mean, look, I mean, they do have the lead right now. They are taking space really well. The 52 is in a good spot. Does get one pick. Are they going to get another two picks? Huge for them. They're going to come from behind and potentially get a third. That's only the Deef on that squeezer left, who the 52 is out for blood right now. They're going to go try to get, not going to be quite getting it, but that does put them in a pretty good advantage. They do have mid control, they do have a bit of control, and have a pretty good force for aggression with Kavya, you know, keeping on getting those picks.
Yeah,
nice
direct there onto Citrus as well. I mean, right now, Mr. Beast Mewers is just trading it out, trying to just keep Voom away from this fish as much as possible, and they're doing exactly that for now at least. But now Baccio is going to be grabbing the Rainmaker. It's going to be chased by Unibeast. Going to be forced into a bit of a corner there, but the teammates are here for the assist. Now Voom has learned. They're going to be pushing it right side. Unibeast is going to find a pick, which is going to get taken down by Citrus there on the Dapple Dualies. But right now, all of Voom is here organized. Kaya popping the hammer, though, running straight for any bodies on the floor. Going to be trying to find the pick on the Citrus, but it's going to get taken down in the process. This is a very tense moment here for Voom trying to get the checkpoint. They're going to be all juiced up. Citrus running it forward, but it's going to get taken down just short of check.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's been seeming like in the last few games, it hasn't been Mr. Beast's lack of defense. It's been a lack of offense. And as they say, offense is the best defense sometimes. But because now with the additional paint that they have and the additional aggression, they are being able to just fight back more instead of kind of having to wait and play around that charger. Also, Phoenix has some words to share.
Yeah, real Mewers are going to be pushing forward with all they've gotten. Looks like it's going to backfire a little bit on them there, though, as they're going to go all down. Voom going to get the checkpoint in their favor. They're going to have strikes at the ready, courtesy of DPC Carillo. That might just convert to a lead. It's tied points right now. Just have to swim a bit forward, but Deep's going to get caught in the enemy ink. Abaccio is the last one there. It's going to be a full wipeout, and Mr. Beast Mewers barely defending the lead.
You see Duke go in there, considering popping, but is instead going to decide to take stage, which is a pretty wide option. They're going to be able to go from the side and maybe get a pick right there. Just one player left. Pop is there. They take the lead just at the last second, but it is not over yet. Once again, Rainmaker, lead can switch in an instant, and these guys are all 4 up in a pretty good spot. As long as they play it careful, use their specials, I could definitely see them taking back this very narrow lead. But Abachio is going to go in and really try and get this crucial pick. And they're done a bomb.
I mean, at least Mystery's Mewers finally has the Rainmaker out of that area. The Rainmaker was there for so long. So finally, I mean, they can make some headway in this push, but right now, Voom has full control around this fish. They're really going to be finding an assist with a bucket. She's going to be taken down by Abachio. And with just a few seconds left, Thyme's going to find a hammer double though with the 11th hour, but it's not going to get the jump camp. Jumps are coming in. Goop trying to find some kind of miracle, but the tri-strikes might just be all she wrote. Might just end out overtime. There's not much time left. And all are going to go down to the bomb. And Voom going to be taking all 3 games 3-0, but what a close game that last one was.
Yeah, they really started to get a little more comfortable, and you know, this is the first tournament match. If these teams haven't really played together all that much, that could really be something to learn for, like, hey, maybe, you know, we do better without that charger. Maybe we do better with a more aggressive forward team comp, or maybe that's just what worked against that teams, but it is definitely a learning experience. It's important to adapt as you go, especially, like I said, with those teams that you haven't been playing with all that much. And so I'm excited to see how these teams do in the future. I hope Mr. Mewers, you know, takes those lessons from that, and I hope to see them maybe take a few wins under their belt in the rest of Swiss.
Yeah, I definitely think Voom is going to be a team to contend with in the later stages of this tournament. I expect to see them in the bracket stage. I know there's a lot of pressure to put on them immediately, but they're playing phenomenal, honestly. Like, I'm kind of shocked at how well they're playing for just a group of players A rank and below. Definitely on the higher end, so I expect good things from them. Mr. Mewers, try your best to just mew a little bit harder, and I think you'll have it in your hands.
Your jawline will be cut AF, as they say. Is that what they say? I don't think that's what they say.
I don't know. All I know is we're going to a little bit of a break. We'll see you guys in just a little bit with probably some more insanity, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a bit.
See you then.
I get it. Where'd you go?
She kissed him on the cheek, hugged him, and touched his arm while laughing. He was visibly uncomfortable. At first, I just thought she had a crush on him, but the way she was acting looked like she was a girlfriend and not me. She was going around reminding stuff, telling everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing back to my daughter. One of my friends said she thought being a kid was talking about how hot his modern photos were. Her favorite photo was just at the beach in Hawaii for a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated a woman of color before, and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me that she's biracial, so I don't know why this was bothering her unless she's jealous of me because she wished she knew. Then things go south every night and he gets down on one knee and proposes to her. She started crying and her dad went to check on her and killed her. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment. I wish nothing but the best for her. I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting her trip. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I was ready to go into labor, like I did with my other two children. My mother-in-law called the RSVP instead of tuning in and because her daughter brought a new boyfriend. I was surprised because I hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close, and claiming to destroy their close relationship. When I barely said anything close to her, she asked him if he was happy with his life with his dad. He used to say he never wanted kids or anything else. She then asked him if he was about to meet up with his daughter and talk along. Face-to-face, that was the last story. When she was elected, she asked him if they could couple together. He admitted that he was at me and whined when I shut her down. She ran off crying after took her sister's room key to knock them out, so they had to stay with their friends in the room. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up at an SL out. She ignored me the entire time and hung on to my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales of them when they were little and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek and touched his arm and laughed. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I said no. At first, I just thought she had a crush on me, but the way she was acting made my sure she was girlfriend and not. She was going around reminding us like something everyone she used to say we never wanted to be kids, but now it is playing dagger to my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot modeling photos were when he did her work back in college. Her favorite photo was of the beach and watching her family vacation a few years back. The one that she told a few people that they never dated a woman of color because now all of a sudden he's a mother. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why she's jealous of me. Then things get sour and he gets down on one knee. She started crying and ran to the ground. Their dad went to check on her and drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always told me that he was jealous of her, so she never helped her. After that time, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown. I wish nothing but the best, and I don't know what kind of issue she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting me. I'm currently pregnant with our baby shower at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm the first going on very early, like I did with my husband so far. My mother-in-law called the RSVP and stated to me that she was with them, and if it was okay if she brought her in. I was surprised because I hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hope that she doesn't have whatever caused her so much distress when she sees my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling me she felt well. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close, and how she destroyed their close relationship. When I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years, she asked him if he was happy with his life because, again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him, and this struggle. He said he didn't doubt my fears. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could come with him, and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings who were I asked him if he would invite her as my boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut she's ready to ruin our day with ridiculous. So am I the a-hole for wanting to invite her to the baby shower? Am I the a-hole if I don't invite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband? My husband and I met each other in ski lodge 9 years ago. I was with my young daughter and a female friend from Chara. My husband was with his 2 brothers and 3 sisters and a few friends. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends and sparks flew during our duet. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, his little sister, Tina, who was adopted as well, came storming out and demanded to come back. She never looked at me and whined when shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's room to knock them out and stay in his time is wait, buddy, you were just outside my door. Tina showed up at SL Clubhouse. She ignored me the entire time and called me my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales about them and how close they were. She kissed him on the cheek and touched his arm. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on me, but the way she was acting looked like she was boyfriend and not. She was going around reminding Slush that I never dated him. She said he never wanted kids, but now he's playing back with my daughter. One of my friends said she thought it was weird.
This would be like terrifying if you controlled the cameras with like an Oculus Rift or something. Because you just move your head back and
The
forth.
most bizarre thing she told me he had never dated a woman of color because now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why she's bothered.
Right there.
She's jealous of me. She wished she would.
You look very
Then things
pretty.
go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one
Where's
knee.
the Pirate Cove guy?
She
Oh,
started
here's the
crying and
Pirate
ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby
Oh, I
shower,
bet
our
using
children's
the camera
birthday
takes
parties,
power too.
and
I'm
other
down to
things.
34%. I got
I was
3
fine
hours
with
to go.
extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issue she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant with a baby shower at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm pissed for going into labor early, like I did with my other 2 children. My mother-in-law called the RSVP and stated to me that we'd be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her along. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband
Hello and welcome back to Sizzle 2024 Junior Draft. We've got God. What are these names?
We don't have God. We
So
do not
it's
have
Chungus,
God in this
and
tournament.
It's the word for ice cream. So we're gonna butcher it. We're gonna say it like chilling. We're most likely gonna return it as Chungus. And then we also have Gedagidegadagidayo. Wait, what was it? What was it, Pinky?
Gedagidegadagidayo. I don't know. You come from where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Recently I learned how to do the Cotton Eye Joe dance in my, I've never felt more connected with my heritage.
As a Floridian.
As a Floridian.
Yeah, as a southerner,
yeah.
Cotton Eye Joe is required. I was gonna say required mewing.
You know, actually, instead of the national anthem, they just play that at like football games and stuff here.
True.
So
yeah,
anyway,
bunch of beer cans.
Yeah, so this is gonna be miserable for us if we're trying to refer to the team names, but it's it's fun. Ellie said like a minute ago, like if you don't leave the juniors draft trying wanting to end it all, we haven't done it right. So, we're certainly doing it right today. So.
Yeah, we're doing something right. I don't know. We got Big Chungus. We got the 4G Gambit. Shout outs to Clance, another great tag. Bleak is another good one. I'm just calling out good tags.
In the last set, I never complimented Deef on their name. We're like brothers.
Yeah, I complimented Deef. I laid you up for that one, and you did not slam it down.
I just didn't even think of it, dude.
The Deef Delighter. Deef Delighter.
Beef slider. Beef sliders.
Oh, I could go for a beef slider.
That's what they called me in high school.
Huh?
What?
You know what they called me in high school? I don't know, because I'm in middle school. Let's get into it!
What? Surely not. Alright. Were we faked out? Are we not actually starting?
I think we were faked out. Okay. We got a little bit debated. We the stream people.
God bless. Do we know what maps we're playing this set? Or any anticipation on that? Are you gonna start? Nope.
We're playing no maps.
Oh, thank God.
We're playing this on Valorant actually. Tower Control and Inkbot Art Academy. Ooh. Getting right into
Vanilla
it.
ice cream.
On Perry's
I'm seeing so many Splatfest teas in chat. I think I saw 6 or 7 Splatfest
Oh my
teas
god,
in chat.
that's 7 tumblers.
Blue glows. You can't see, but I'm flexing my arms and like making myself like look really bad. I love Googadoolies. Big fan.
That was the ZH. Your tag sucks, but your brain is massive.
What do you mean their tag sucks? Don't, that's mean. You shouldn't say
ZH? That's just 2 letters. I'm sorry, bro.
Mine is just 4 letters. Yours is just 5 letters.
Okay, but yours is a word. Mine's a word. ZH isn't a word.
I mean, what is a word, really?
You're right, my bad.
Anyway, we're seeing pretty hot contention in mid. We do see it's kind of like the last set where we saw one comp that ran the ZF and was a little bit less aggressive, and then one comp that is somewhat backline-less. I don't really know what Wellstring is categorized, to be honest, but is a little bit more aggressive. Also a little bit some weird picks out there, but it looks like Gedagidegadagidayo is 3 down, and Chungus is starting to make their push, starting to be approaching that checkpoint here.
Yeah, Gedagidegadagidayo did get a little bit wiped out. They're gonna be locked under 5. Delayed full-on wipeout, courtesy of ZH there without that Splatfest T. Going to be pushing forward, holding onto that Splashdown. Just trying to get a bunch of mileage as possible.
Oh,
that was almost a triple. That is a triple.
That was a triple. Yeah.
That's for the fans, my goodness.
The only players behind, I was gonna say they can maybe get a flank from behind, but they do decide to jump out, which is pretty smart, to be honest. Don't know how much they would have been able to accomplish from there, but Bluga's riding the tower. Button gonna be taking out Blaster, rip. And yeah, they're just living in their walls. They're just getting pick after pick. This is a pretty hard spot to come back through. All the tower control maps are snowballing, in my opinion, but this one is, still pretty bad in that regard. Once they get on your plat, it's pretty difficult to get them fleshed out, especially when you have these weapons that are really good at holding space. Like Bluga's amazing at holding space, Blaster's amazing at holding space if you get the right position. Wellstring is really good at just giving them chip damage from afar, and combos really well with those Blugas and that Blaster and the shot, just because kind of the glue that's holding that comp together and giving them the paint to work with. Tri-Strike's going to be coming out, which will hopefully help flush them out for Gedagidegadagidayo. I can't.
Gedagidegadagidayo. You gotta use the cadence. The cadence will always guide you. Otherwise, you're just gonna be like,
Duel. Bowstring back on the stack, flushing people out, getting the picks with that amazing chip damage. There are some condition in plat, but they're still like they're on the up and up, but they are being rushed down. One of their friends is gonna help come with them. ZH on that blaster, gonna get taken out. Actually, they're starting to get staggered here. And Gedagidegadagidayo did do better that time. Are you proud of me?
I'm proud of you. Honestly,
Is back on the up and up, approaching that
you're on
checkpoint,
the up and
breaking
up
through that checkpoint. Woo!
Yeah, gonna be getting right on. Sorry, I think she's just like lost me at this point. I gotta get with the times, man. I'm sorry. Anyway, Gedagidegadagidayo gonna be pushing that tower past that second checkpoint, or past that first checkpoint toward that second checkpoint. Beautiful angle there from Toby. My goodness, on that Gluga duel, he's gonna be trying to find some more. Gonna get a nice 2-for-2 piece there. This is kind of crazy play from Chungus a little bit.
Yeah, it's looking pretty close. Like, as we still have a minute. Oh, okay, that was a double with the splashdown. Very impressive. Yeah. Which I mean, I was gonna say, I lost it. I lost it.
You lost the magic. It's okay.
I was gonna say that they're on the up and up and starting to get their feet back under them, and then that happened. But they did. That charger did get a double there. One from the strike. I think one from the snipe. Not quite sure. But regardless, does a really good job of flushing them out, and it looks like one is left in mid. Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good for them. There's still some congestion, and as there always will be, but they're just getting pick after pick right now, looking really good for them.
Yeah, I think the Chungus can chill no longer. I think this is a little bit stressful territory right now. We got a minute left. A little bit bad news bears, but ZH here is ever present on the blaster. I want to see that KA at the end of this game. My goodness, ZH gonna get a 2-piece and an assist and jumping up for good measure. Nice little 4-piece there, all told with KA. My goodness, I need to see this game disc a little bit. I need to see this KA at the end of the game. There's stumbling amok here, but ZH is being a force right now.
Yeah, they're like looking really good right now. I think it'd be an incredibly fun match eventually. Like if these guys go against Boom, like I feel like their styles mesh really well together. It'd be a really fun match. Regardless, we still have 30 seconds of this match. There is still time for them to make a last switch, especially when Chungus is 2 down. But that Blue was in a bad spot, but is gonna get a few picks out of it. Gonna go after the charger as well, and if they can get that pick, that's gonna be pretty much game over. Getting the Booyah Bomb, gonna try to go for the tower. Kind of somewhat of a GG Booyah, not quite, but right at the beginning, the last end of the game, we're gonna see all the specials thrown out from
Gedagidegadagidayo is going to be saying GG for that one. 4 Gs, only 2 of them are going to be mattering.
You guys like to see me suffer. Is what's going on here?
I just think you have a bit of a skill issue, and you know what? It's just all she wrote. So yeah. I think the big difference there was that Chungus only had 3 Splatfest Ts. So I really think that if Gedagidegadagidayo wants to win going forward, they should take some of the Splatfest Ts off and get rid of the ability doubler.
Okay, but yeah, like I mean, that was a lot of Splatfest Ts.
That was pretty iconic.
I mean, guys, I get it. You want to represent your team for the special Summerfest.
Go Theme
Now
Park.
is not the time. Get your head in the game.
Go Theme Park. You're only allowed to wear your Splatfest Ts if you have Theme Park.
True, this is true. Hashtag Team Theme Park.
Hashtag Team Fry. Gonna win her 3rd ever Splatfest, surely.
So, unrelated to the game, but you were talking about how Sheesh is lost media. We realized that yesterday that none of our kids, the kids that I work with, know what are those is.
Oh my god.
And we, they just, stared at us. Not even, in, that's an embarrassing way. They just didn't know.
Having someone stare at you after you say, what are those, I feel like is the most awesome thing possible.
They literally just gave us, that fluoride stare. These kids have not been raised right. They don't know the ancient texts. It's terrible.
Are you implying that you were raised right? I'm confused.
No,
I feel like
no.
I feel like people that are into Vines were almost certainly raised wrong.
We were raised wrong, but in different ways.
Raised wrong in the right way. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. We are going to Mahi Mahi Resort Zones, which I've heard is pretty good now, but I've only played on it twice since the rework.
I don't know. This map's interesting. I'm personally a bit of a hater, but I'm also a hater of this game.
I feel like I also lean on being a hater. It's just a very flat map. It doesn't feel like there's a lot you can do.
I don't know. I'm of the very niche opinion that this map is less fun to play when the water drops, because every route into mid is a one-way drop, and that is not very fun for me to play.
Yeah, and it's just flat, and like the only cover is like it's like 2 boxes.
Man,
Being
feels good.
like, you know, because I used to be a backline main, like exclusively pretty much, and then now I'm playing Glugos and I'm playing a few more like aggro weapons, and it's like, wow, yeah, this map design really is not great. I wish I had options.
Go back to ballpoint.
I can't. My Ludi team is 3 backline players. I can't.
just make a new project. Simple as that.
Thinking emoji.
Regardless.
Regardless, how many? I still see some Slapfesties, but one of them switched off.
Press X. We need to see this now. 2. Okay. Gedagidegadagidayo is all. Wait, no, that is Chungus. That is all Slapfestied off.
The respawn Punisher blob is crazy too. I love that. You love to see
Oh,
a
it's
blob.
RP blob? Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
when
it
did that
is.
immediately? ZH on the custom Expo. Holy cow. ZH actually is the coolest weapon pick in the game.
The bro is just AoE god. Or alternatively, maybe they just really like Slashdown.
I don't know. They are a squid after my own heart, and I love them for
So
that.
true. Yeah, we are going to see Chungus once again, kind of on having the upper hand here, but Written, or that's not Written, that's Bud, 2 different names, does get a double with the splashdown, which means that they are going to lead that right into a wipeout, which is pretty good here. I believe they are going to be taking the lead from this. I don't know if like Chungus is going to be able to come back in time. Yeah, it looks like they are going to be taking the lead, and let's see if they can progress it. They're going to be using some specials to try to maintain this hold, which is awesome team play, and we're going to see if they just continue getting picks. Gedagidegadagidayo, got it. I did it.
Nice.
Are you? I did it.
Gedagidegadagidayo, I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? God, not Alright.
Anyway.
He's going to be holding on to it. Bleak going to get a nice little double there. Slash in the middle of the zone is going to be contesting it, but not enough for the cap. Not enough paint there. ZH a little bit locked away, trying to scurry away. Betrays are still happening, but Gedagidegadagidayo is close to the knockout a long time ago. But it's just going to be Clans trying to hold on to zone right now, but it's going to be rushed by this end try, and that's going to get the cap pulling back in favor of Chungus.
I'm wondering how much of the success can be attributed to the respawn Punisher blob, because if they're getting picks, like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty funny. I do really appreciate it. But it looks like these, you know, just a bunch of fights going out in mid. Big fat penalty on Gedagidegadagidayo. But like there's still it's bloodbath. No solid in control. Zone is painted half and half. Now finally back in their hands, but big penalty that gives Chungus a lot of time.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's just a bloodbath in mid. I love this. These teams are here to brawl. None of that, you know, pansy crap. Oh, why you gotta
meet me in the pit.
Go and fight club and fight people. God damn it, we're here for honor.
Ink for the ink gods. Respawn Punisher Blob getting a pick, getting some wonderful value. I mean, seriously, if they are able to stay alive for long enough to make use of that Respawn Punisher and getting enough picks, like, it genuinely is probably helping them quite a bit. It's gonna be staggering Chungus a lot, and we're like, what, 7 seconds away from a knockout from them? Zone is pretty green, now Splash is definitely gonna slip it back, but, like, they just keep edging closer and closer to that victory. Get out! Get out!
They what?
Get out!
This is the family. This is the family show. Weef. My goodness.
Kick him out! Kick him out!
Oh my God! I didn't know I was in this crowd.
They keep gooning closer and closer to the victory.
Gedagidegadagidayo is not gooning today. It's actually gonna be trying to hold on to the zone real fast. It's so close to getting rid of this penalty. Clans is always just one of the last ones alive there on this blob, and is serving the team very well as that sort of backline role there. Always present with the paint, with the storm, and all of that. Going to be taken down by Toby on the dualies there, but Gedagidegadagidayo is doing a great job of stalling Chungus, just stalling that clock a little bit. But Chungus, as time goes on, gets closer and closer to being done with that penalty, and that could be a little bit dangerous if Gedagidegadagidayo doesn't have a more, you know, strong hold of mid.
Yeah, I've been noticing, like, Chungus, like, last game they did a really good job at like fighting as a team and getting the stagger on the enemy, but now they're struggling a little bit to get that stagger and are kind of staggering themselves. I see a lot of them going in one by one. Like, see, the Tri-Slasher is up alone, is gonna go in trying to get something, but ends up just falling down and not being able to make any headway. Luckily, they are coming in 3x3, so they might be able to make a united effort to try to get one last chance at the zone, but there's about 10 seconds left on the clock. We don't know. They have a crab, but will be able to paint the zone in time. It's yet to be seen. There is one player left on the side of Gedagidegadagidayo. They almost got the knockout once again, and that crab was going to go down. Penalty is almost up for Chungus, but they still have a long way to go. About 40 seconds left, and quite a few points if they want to take this back from the grips of death.
Yeah, but Gedagidegadagidayo is pretty hard staggered at this point in time. ZH trying to find some picks from afar with that Explosion is going to be finding one. Going to be keeping the zone painted for the team. Wait a minute. Chungus might be chilling yet. Gedagidegadagidayo is might be to the marriage of the zone that they've been holding on to the entire game right now. ZH finding more picks here from this top area, and right now Gedagidegadagidayo trying to push into zone with just 2 players alive. That's not going to be working for them as this Enter is going to come crashing in, trying to find a pick on the blob. Gonna get traded out. Skull popping strikes in the zone, desperately trying to get any paint they can. It's going to be half painted, but ZH with the splash on is going to find the last pick. Clan's coming from spawn, and that's going to be it. Chungus is going to be able to get the overtime comeback over Gedagidegadagidayo.
Gedagidegadagidayo. They had the lead a long time ago. Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did the lead go? I don't know. You guys got the.
You were so close. You were so close. You had it.
Well, because it's not quite. Oh, fair enough.
Splat Nijo. It's Splat Nijo.
Splat Nijo.
There we go. Okay, we got it. We got it.
I know that we're not getting out. We're not getting out.
we're not Gedagidegadagidayo getting away with this one.
Yeah. But yeah, that was.
Ellie, you built this city. You built this city on rock and roll. Okay, you know what you did. It's too early for you to be regretting it. We're gonna be here till 4 p.m. in Central Standard Time, and we're going to be liking it.
We drink to forget. Regardless, so Chungus is gonna be ending up taking this set, but we do have one more game. It could potentially be like last, we could potentially see a comeback from these guys, especially because that game was super strong. But also, we are returning to the dreaded Clan Blitz, where things can go really crazy, depending on how the teams are able to play. So we might see a little bit of a comeback and a little bit higher Swiss standing from these guys, but you know.
I mean, that was a giggity great game from Gedagidegadagidayo. That was a glorious gambit from Gedagidegadagidayo, but it's just
face the wall. Face the wall.
Do I have to put my nose in the circle? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I bet all the Gen Alpha kids don't even know what that means.
Look at the squid. Look at the squids. Look at the squids, Pinky.
But regardless, Gedagidegadagidayo had a great gamble there, but it just didn't quite work out. Had the lead for most of it, but was just Chungus had a great cool head, chill mindset. Was able to come back very effectively. So they are going to be having the set win. Gedagidegadagidayo is going to be fighting for some differential there in their favor, but Chungus definitely showing themselves to be a strong team.
What I am most looking forward to is seeing what ZH pulls out this next game.
Oh yeah.
Is it the X-Flasher? Is it going to be another chip damage weapon? Is it going to be another splat?
If it's
is it gonna be
on Crab Leg, that would be kind of insane. I think it's going to be the Blaster.
But what if they have a secret third thing?
Ooh, what else?
What if they pull out? What if they pull down the Imperies?
What if they pull out Recycle Brella?
I think they're gonna pull out Recycle Brella. I
don't
will
even
sell
know what
my
it's
organs
called.
if I'm wrong.
I just know it's the Recycle Brella.
Oh! I don't think either of us are expecting that.
Wait, what?
That's the brush.
That's the brush?
Shit.
And
we also
still
see...
2 Splatfest tees on Cat and Caleb on Chungus there.
Well,
Gedagidegadagidayo has fully shed their Splatfest tees.
I mean, it's been working for them so far, so...
I guess.
I guess stick with it's making it work. Maybe their team pride is really helping them win. Regardless, we're seeing the return of the Glugas. I don't think they were there last round. We're seeing...
What is going on with Toby? What is...
He's doing the Cotton Eye Dough dance.
Bro's gamer here is crazy. Oh my god.
No, alright.
Well, GG's.
I think that's replay rules. Well, we do get to get a little peek of these teams' comps. Once
Where
again,
did
really
you come
aggression.
from? Where did you go? Where did you
I think
come from?
a lot of we've only seen 2 so far, but we have seen them like shed their chargers. And like a team's like once they shed their chargers, they do a lot better, which is awesome. I am all aboard the charger hate.
I love this tournament. Long live Juniors Draft. Juniors Draft is the best tournament series I've ever been a part of, and I say that with no exaggeration.
We have fun here.
It's so fun. It's just so vibes. The vibes are immaculate, and I think everyone can appreciate that. I know I certainly can, and if you can't, check yourself, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't really watch a whole lot of Splatoon streams lately just because I've been super busy and I have like other things I need to do because boo, being an adult. But I think I'm definitely going to stick around for the conclusion of this one. Just because I want to see these teams that we've gotten to know and love fight.
Oh, I certainly love these teams. I think one of my favorite teams has got to be Gedagidegadagidayo Gambit. I'm saying it as many times until Ellie gets fully pissed off at me and boots me from the voice call. I know I'm nearing that limit, but not quite over the line yet.
Somebody in chat says Juniors Draft is the worst tournament. I hate it, and I have to agree.
Let's get right back into things. Hopefully Toby's gamer chair is a little bit more in check this time.
Please.
Oh, but they're back to the Splatfest team. No!
Well, maybe that's what was wrong. They,
you're right. Yeah, it was a sign.
Yeah. I think they're doing a little bit better this time, hopefully. Yeah, I think the lag is gone. And they immediately go out and get a pick on that Blob. That respawn punisher Blob off the field. Blob has become the respawn punished. Now, with that cooler, they are going to be going in a little bit, but that Kraken is helping out on the other team. We're going to probably camp in that jump. Rest in peace button. You were missed.
Yeah.
Until that Kraken will also be missed. But that early push is not going to be missed. What?
Okay, maybe Toby's not fully fixed.
Kind of out of nowhere. I didn't really see what went on there, but you know, it is what it is, man.
Oh no. Curious things. Send no burger. Oh my god. Cat is gonna be chilling. Oh, you can take it down by Bleak. The prospect. Oh. I think you play it out after 2. I forget how it goes.
Yeah, I believe that is. As is fair.
At least Gedagidegadagidayo gets a gosh darn game on the.
Hey, we don't know that yet. It's a pretty
you're right.
It's not always guaranteed. So, who knows? I mean, they're still scoring. They are notably still scoring. Like, that's not a easy feat. And so if they can make that happen, they do have a cooler on board, which is gonna probably help us a little bit. They have a brush who can just be super annoying, and they have that 96 style action kind of like a pseudo anchor. They got a pick with the hammer. They're now kind of on even playing field. We'll see if they're able to make this. If they are able to win this 3-4, I feel like that's like legend status.
Shout out to friends of the stream Hibiscus for having their own 3v4 battles. I guess 4v3 battles, but man, this is a precarious situation. I am shocked that Chungus is still holding up, but here comes Gedagidegadagidayo crashing in towards from a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where is that score going? It's going down right there, and that's going to be the lead in favor of Gedagidegadagidayo, and they're going to be continuing this gamble here for the score as long as possible. Yeah, well, that 3v4 does seem kind of easy, like. You know, when you underestimate your opponent's weapons, that's when bad things happen. But, I mean, still, it looks like Gedagidegadagidayo is still going to take that lead. You know, dancing through mid, all the way to the basket, getting all the way down to 31-1 push. Not necessarily an easy feat, but also, you know, doesn't really help that their opponents are permanently on the disadvantage. I mean, not permanently, you can just kill them. That's true. Just
for the most part.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kill them.
See, look, now it's even. Now it's even.
That is the answer to anything in this game. Having trouble scoring? Just kill him.
Kill them. See, it's even. The numbers are even. I don't know. It's not a disadvantage. It's even playing field.
Not enough paint? Just kill him.
Just kill them. Killing them paints them. That's why I play Range Blaster.
Yeah. That's why you get 200 point pain every game.
No, I get 150.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna kind of be in a spawn lock here, which is pretty much what you expect. It is very difficult to get out of the situation. They are gonna keep on trying though, like they really do like they're making an honest effort, because it is still possible that they can win. So it's always important to make an honest effort, especially when they're gonna...
Oh my god!
Okay, thanks, Shoddy. Okay. This guy, ZH is a freaking legend, man. If they can come in with that hammer, that could be helpful. I mean, but still, just keeping them on their toes, making this not a free victory. That's all you can really ask.
I wanted mods to kill that guy with hammers, but regardless, Fleek's gonna be scoring it yet again. Tons of clams coming in from this respawn punishing blob. And just the rest of the army here. Down to 12 points. Blob running back to get a few more. Ooh, I just realized both these teams have an ink rush. I'm doing a great job as a commentator. Budden has the pity clam from over yonder. It's gonna be trying to push it over to the basket, but
I don't know what an ink brush is. Can you like explain that to me?
no, I can't. My bad.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Button is gonna be going in once again. Ink brush.
Button is vibing, and you know what? Shout out to Button.
I love ink brush players. Shout out to ink brush players. Gotta be one of my favorite genders.
Can you explain what ink brush players are? I don't really get it.
What?
Nice knockout from Gedagidegadagidayo.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Gonna get a nice little game up there. 2-1. Gonna be, having a little bit more good momentum going into the next set. A bit more positive vibes. Chungus, at least you walk away with the W there. Everyone wins.
And they get a point under their belt. They still win. Everything is fun. Everything is fine. No Splotch STs from this team, notably.
And let us all put some 07s in chat for Toby's internet.
God bless. Hate to see a Gluga player losing.
Yeah,
hate to see a Gluga player
that
losing.
always sucks. But
I personally see a Gluga player losing all the time.
because you lose a lot, that's fair.
Because I lose a lot. Yeah.
You know what? It happens to the best of us.
It does. Well, I'm certainly not the best of us. So,
It happens more to the worst
good
of
to
us,
know.
but it still happens.
Yeah. All right. I believe we're going to be going to a short break in just a few moments, but we'll be right back with more wonderful
More
Juniors Draft
shenanigans.
content. Yeah, shenanigans is honestly a better way to put it. This isn't a tournament. This is just one large organized shenanigan. But anyway, I hope you guys are having a great time. We'll see you back in a little bit.
This is our fight song.
Take back. No,
My
I'm
life
not finishing
song.
that. I'm not. Anyway. No.
That song goes hard, unironically.
So, is the Skibidi wolf pack is it like Skibidi toilets but with wolves for heads, or is it like Skibidi
God.
normal Skibidi toilets acting like wolves?
Wait, okay,
Or
with the
alternatively,
Skibidi in
is
the
it
Skibidi
wolves
Wolfpack
acting like Skibidi
universe,
toilets?
would the in the Skibidi Wolfpack universe, would the Oh, okay, the wolves are in the toilet. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
I was thinking, what if instead of the camera people, it was wolf people?
So are they just normal wolf? Or do they act like normal wolves as well, or do they act like the Skibidi toilets?
No, they still say Skibidi bop bop bop. Yes, Skibidi bobbidi bleep bleep. Yeah, my brain is fucked.
I'm giving you like. The fact that you
I
knew
feel like
that.
Oppenheimer is a
even-
legendary elemental quote.
Man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. Right now.
Yeah. Oh man.
And the Sigma Ballers, you know, I mean, like the Sigma males, you know, they're like lone wolves, you know, they really struggle to, you know, they do their own thing. So let's see if they're able to scrap together and get over their own self-righteousness to get you know, a little team going, to get some team play going. 'Cause, you know, they're all incredibly, you know, they're so like against the grain. They're gonna be
There
great.
are two wolves in your head, and they're both Skibidi.
Okay. Anyway.
We're on Undertow Spillway.
Oh,
Let's
double
go.
release.
The best map in the game.
Oh, the Brella
Brella? Oh my god. Wait, this is actually awesome.
and the Edit
Has
and
the
the
edit
Knot,
mentioned? Wait,
and the
I'm thinking no.
Okay, these. Can anyone say based? This is awesome.
Can you say base lord?
Regardless, these are both two really like aggressive teams that have some interesting picks, like we said.
Let's go gambling.
Winning two.
I can't stop winning.
They got two, and they're gonna immediately try to run it for the right pedestal and get taken out. But they did get, I think, a wipeout. So this pedestal, like this checkpoint here, seems inevitable.
I'm gonna be honest.
Maybe
you're
not.
Saying it, you're talking in the voice of Burger King's foot lettuce. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you it, but you
And
kind of.
and they got the checkpoint.
Mikaya later described the spider as being the size of a full-grown pizza.
What? I have vivid memories of middle school. Somebody saying,
yeah, pretty much.
I have like vivid memories of somebody in middle school saying, like when that meme was popular, saying number 15 Burger King barbecue
foot
sauce.
lettuce.
Not even
What?
foot lettuce, just like it was like barbecue sauce foot. Like they just did not get it right. Regardless, looks like Sigma Ballers got the lead and that checkpoint, putting them at a little bit of an advantage. However, is Rainmaker takes some change in an instant. Let's go gambling!
I can't stop winning. Aw, dang it. Man, top 10 Trizuka moments that make you want to stick out your yacht for the Rizzler. Am I right? I need to be put in solitary confinement, I think.
Dad, can we kill this guy? Permission to kill this guy? Luckily, it doesn't seem like much has happened in the game, so we haven't made a whole lot. I mean, there's been some back and forth, but no points have been gained. Good one!
Wait, what happened? I looked away.
They zooked the ding chat.
Oh my god.
A lot
Wait,
harder than it looks.
I can't believe I stun locked an entire voice call for like 20 seconds. Emmy has the Rainmaker running it forward towards the checkpoint. Let's go, Emmy. But the Brella from behind is going to find the pig. Gum is going to help with the wipeout. Oh my god.
They've
Sigma
got Sigma,
Ballers
yes,
still
they do.
defending against the checkpoint, against the Skibidi wolf pack, fighting as individuals, not as a team.
They also, they still have two specials left. They have a cooler and an ancient, which is a pretty good combo. Oh, let's go gambling. Not gonna make it. Aw, dang it. And so,
dang it.
we're just locked in mid right now. Not a whole lot is happening. The aggression from these two teams is just like unstoppable force versus unstoppable force. Not even a movable object, because neither of these teams are super defense focused.
Oh, these teams are moving. These teams
They're
are
moving, but like rapidly back and forth 5 feet, not like super far. Look, our Skibidi Wolf not gonna make it. They got the checkpoint.
I was gonna say, Skibidi Wolfpack's kind of playing the game in Sisyphus mode, but I mean, they actually pushed the ball to the top of the hill this time. So now they gotta get a little bit further to get that extra point, but Sigma Ballers is balling, not with 3 down though, and that Reside is gonna be getting some paint around the Rainmaker. Someone's gonna grab it, Emmy's not able to get it that little extra bit far enough though. Sigma Ballers back in full force, balling as one. Hammer's gonna go gambling and cannot stop winning, and that is going to be a great defense. Melon finds another pick as well, and that's gonna be Sigma Ballers back in the mid.
One must imagine Skibidi Wolfpack happy. They really are doing a good job. They're keeping up on aggression, dude. They're not letting up. They are hunting that elk, Are the elk like the bad guys and the phone or like the speaker guys or whatever? Are Sigma Ballers those guys?
Oh, they are the
hunting
guys.
them down?
Ellen throwing the hammer into the wall. Ah, dang it.
Like some casual jumping off the bridge gameplay.
Just casual jumping off gameplay.
Which was the right
which
move
I will
there,
be
probably.
partaking in after this tournament.
Yeah.
Gum pop in the ink.
To everyone in chat's delight, by the way.
I can't stop winning.
Oh.
Oh, can't stop winning. Aw, dang it.
You know, it's even funnier the 7th time.
1 point away from the lead. It's still funny to me. That's the sad part.
It is pretty funny.
is running, trying to get this lead,
Come
but here
on.
comes Gum
Oh.
from behind, and is going to get the pick on the maker, and is going to defend the 1 point lead for the Sigma Ballers, taking it barely. That was just that was game 1. There's 2 more games of this.
Can we get a sad Woo in chat for all our fallen Skibidi Wolfpack soldiers? Regardless, that was a very, very even match. Like the lead was like within 2 points of each other for the entire game. They were just locked in mid because Undertow is not a good map. Hot take. But like I'm excited to see how they do in these next sets because like the aggression was really fun to watch. It was just back and forth the entire time. It's pretty fun.
Man, that
in chat. Thank you, Seven leaving in chat for being the only person to give us a side of Woo. The only person to give us a side of Woo. Shout out to them.
Shout out to the GOAT. You know what? You get the gold star for the day.
Indeed.
If you were supposed to give one person the gold star, that better be you.
True. Yeah, that's, Seven leaving is getting the 1 gold star for being an awesome chatter. Thank you. Tower Control Mako Mart!
Yeah, we're going on to game 2. TC Mako Mart, pretty similar to the TC Inkbot we saw a little bit earlier. That second checkpoint is a bottleneck. This is tower control. What else is new?
Yeah. What's your favorite Mako Mart product? What's your favorite Mako Mart crawl out, actually?
I mean, breakfast is iconic.
Freezer, melons.
I think
breakfast is iconic though. You can't beat breakfast. Melons is like that box.
Melons is the
It's
box.
Nobody ever uses it because I think map specific callouts generally are fairly useless because why would you bother memorizing them when like box is usually good enough, but it's also really funny.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love melons?
I like the useless callouts. I don't think do we have any uselesses in Splatoon 3?
In Splatoon 3, I don't know. I mean, I think I will never shut up. My hope will never die. I think all of the Eeltail Alley is pretty useless. Other than that, I don't know if there's like a specific guessing useless like there was in Piranha.
I feel like nobody plays Marlin because it sucks. But I feel like that little side pit in Marlin should be called useless if it's not already.
It's like a fake flank.
Yeah, so it's useless.
But
Regardless.
It's a pretend.
Oh, you love to see a bow player.
And
Yellow Tri-Stringer gameplay. Nowhere.
ERB, Tri-Stringer, and Puri Dualies? Okay. 3/4 of that comp is the coolest thing ever, and then DZ Kazona has a Neo Splash.
Hey, it's the glue that holds it together. You can't make a wacky comp work without your one token white boy shooter.
White Wonder Bread.
Yeah, Wonder Bread, rice cake looking shooter. Yeah.
Man.
It's not. Yeah, no. It's genuinely it's necessary, and the people who play them are what hold our society together.
They truly are God's strongest soldiers. They do what I don't have the strength to do. Gum is going gambling right now. It's going to be trying to find something. Unfortunately, grocery marts aren't the best place to go gambling, so that's going to be an early checkpoint for Skibidi Wolfpack. They're going to be pushing 4th. Sigma Baller's not balling quite as hard as last game, but it's still a plenty of time to do so.
The Kraken on the tower is going to secure them a few more points, even if it does get knocked off pretty soon. Just nice little invincibility before they have to back off and recoup with their team, which is a really, it's really good that they backed off. That is great play, allows them to recoup. Now they're all 4 back up and ready to fight the other team as they come back to the mid.
Oh, Emmy's going to get taken down there from just the paint barrage. Ooh, Gum gets a nice Trizuka can't stop winning moment there, and it's going to get the pick for the wipeout there, and that's going to be Sigma Ball. It's going to be a pretty uncontested first checkpoint there. Austin riding the tower is going to be taken down by the Tri-Stringer AoE though. Gum hopping back on as the CRB, the cool, or not, that's not CRB, that's a V-shot, my bad. But a lot of stuff is happening by this first checkpoint, but lead is still going to be in favor of Skibidi Wolfpack by just a little bit.
Yeah, this seems, that's, okay. God, I love, Triple Slash is such a fun special. I feel like it succeeds more than its predecessor did, and it's really fun to watch. I love watching it.
TSD is so awesome. I love Triple Splashdown.
Like, it's objectively not the best, but it's just really fun to watch, because, like, when people get killed by it, it's not that great either, though.
But it's not bad. Like, it actually trades, like, kind of reliably.
Yeah.
Cool.
Love wins. Triple Splashdown wins.
That's, you know what? Moral of the story, love wins.
God bless.
Splashdown!
How many Splashdowns have we seen this set? Like, I feel like, well, I guess they're running two. Oh, nice pick from the Tri-Stringer. Gonna go for a few more here. Nothing more satisfying in the world than a Tri-Stringer direct, to be honest. But regardless, they almost had that low already, but they are gonna go down very shortly later. Skibidi Wolfpack is 2 down. Sigma Ballers still on their way up. But it's, once again, this is very reminiscent of the last round, where it's very much like a Sisyphean task, where they're just kind of going back and forth. But they are getting in the lead! Woo!
Is that a side order reference? Oh my god. Regardless, Sigma Baller is going to be falling on this tower, getting toward that second checkpoint. Melon, great support for the Tri-Stringer. I mean, I'm loving seeing this double Tri-Stringer here. Sigma Baller is not able to convert it into a second checkpoint destruction quite yet here. Samurai Rose sitting back here with the cooler in hand though. I mean, kind of ready to ball it. Sigma Ballers knows that, you know, now is the time to retreat, to hold on to space, and the awareness from Sigma Ballers of the game state and of the objective state has been pretty top notch so far, honestly.
Yeah. Looks like they are going to get a nice stagger on the enemy team, which is going to lead to them potentially getting another push here, progressing that lead even further, getting a few more points on the board, a little bit more insurance, a little bit of a nest egg to sit on. Beautiful, wonderful work. And we're going to see another triple Splashdown. Yeah! It gets a pick. Love to see it.
Let's go, Austin. Austin colon 3 holding the team together right there with that triple Splashdown. Emmy's going to be finding the pick with the CRB to, you know, get rid of the tower just a little bit, but right now, Skibidi Wolfpack really struggling with that paint department right about now. And Sigma Ballers just kind of balling without much inhibitions, it feels like. They're just kind of, you know, playing their own game right now, and Skibidi Wolfpack not doing much to sort of disrupt that sort of playstyle right now. I mean, it's clearly working in favor of the Sigma Ballers. Minute left to go, and already Sigma Ballers has tower back in the other side, contesting that second checkpoint. They have a lot of picks on Skibidi Wolfpack.
You know, I'm really proud of you. You haven't said "let's go gambling" a single time this set, despite the numerous trades you've that have come out. So I know that like a lot of us drink. Regardless, this last 45 seconds is really going to determine whether or not Sigma Ballers is going to end the game with a slam dunk, which is the only basketball terminology I know. But Sigma Wolfpack, or Skibidi Wolfpack might make a comeback here. They do look like they're getting in pretty good positions. They were trying to take the enemy stack but not make a pick, but we do see the Doolies get a pick over there with a nice bomb placement. 2 down on the side of Sigma Ballers, but they do have that.
Let's go gambling!
They could potentially get a pick with that, and they do. They do get 2 down on that, which does put quite a hamper on their plans, especially if, I believe that's Emil over there, is going to get picked by that knot, which they certainly are, which puts Sigma Ballers in a great position to end off the rest of the game. Standing on the tower, splashing down on the tower, that's going to put them up at a 2-0 and officially take the set, but there is more coming.
There is more to go. Oh, man. There's always more brain to be rotted, it feels like. Sigma Ballers is going to be taking a nice 2-0 set lead. Pretty contested this whole time, though. I mean, yeah, Sigma Ballers has won both the games so far, but Skibidi Wolfpack putting up one heck of a fight in both of these games, having the lead at multiple points. But it's just, by the time the game ends, the lead's in the hand of the Sigma Ballers. Just that little bit of clutch gene in their genetics has just been working a little bit better for them than what Skibidi Wolfpack is going for them. But they can definitely make some great stuff happen in this game 3. They can definitely make some great stuff happen in the tournament. It's just a little bit of like a miscue in like some part of the matrix. I don't really know what's going on, but regardless, I believe in Skibidi Wolfpack. They can definitely get it done. But the set is going to go to Sigma Ballers. Regardless, though, we still have game 3.
Yeah, I feel like the 3 teams we've seen win the sets we've seen so far have been really, really strong contenders. Like ones that I think we are probably gonna see in that top bracket over there, and potentially making a really good tournament run. Like we've seen a lot of really good coordination that even in the other junior drafts I haven't really seen, even though I've seen quite a few of them. Like a lot of really good coordination, some really nice team comps that work really well together. I'm very thoroughly impressed with how all the teams are playing, even the ones that haven't been, taking it out on top. I just been seeing a lot of really good gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I said it at the beginning. This is like some of the most impressive juniors draft gameplay I've seen. As someone who's, commentated and seen a fair number of juniors drafts, especially, in the group stages. This is pretty impressive, honestly. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I think all these teams are, doing a pretty great job given the circumstances. And I would definitely love to see, some more great things come from all of them. I think they all have quite a strong future in comp should they wish to pursue it. And even regardless, I just hope they have fun, because this is a fun game, and it looks like they're kind of jamming with each other, and honestly, that's kind of the whole point.
That's the point of this tournament, but it's also just the point of comp in general. If you're not having fun, then what's the point? It's not that serious. It's not one of the esports where you could potentially make a career out of it, even though that's not really even a thing in general. We're just all here to have fun. It's almost never that serious. Just have a good time. Find some people you really vibe with and play some tournaments, and try not to care if you win or lose. That's just what it's all about.
Exactly. I mean, it's just all about having fun with your friends, and just having a good time.
And being brain rotted live on mic also.
Exactly.
More important. That's the most important thing.
That's above all. I could not stress how important it is. The utmost importance of doing so. We are seeing double Tri-Stringer gameplay coming back.
And double dualies again.
Coming back to the Wolfpack. We're seeing the double dualies on the side of the Skibidi Wolfpack. That's the one. Sigma Ballers going to be rolling out with some more of the standard stuff. But Skibidi Wolfpack, they are so Skibidi, I gotta say.
They're so fan attacks, also, randomly. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a pretty even game so far. 30 seconds in, and we haven't seen a cap on the zone, which I think is pretty rare. It just keeps going back and forth, but with that double that was just gotten, triple that was just gotten.
And the game has exploded.
Yeah, the game has exploded, and Slotson's here, it's pretty easy to make a good hold in here. But there are notably, this is a pretty good map, there are notably a bunch of flanks. We're gonna see the Tri-Stringer being the most in-front weapon over there, which is definitely interesting, but they are doing a lot of chip damage, really trying to hold the other team back, popping out that whale using nice chip damage. We'll see if we're going to see a pick here. Slider going out of the zone, not quite enough to cap it, not quite enough picks to make things happen, and that's a double from the triple slash down. They're going to be solidifying, could not think of that word, sigmifying things more even.
Austin's got to feel so Sigma right now, honestly. Even though they're pushed pretty far back right now, they are feeling super Sigma. Every time they pop the splashdown, they get some value, they get some serotonin. Gum is going gambling. What else is new? Not going to be able to find a pick on that one. Oh, dang it. But still, I mean, Sigma Ballers just balling out. They have a lot of zone control. Slider's trying to come in to cap the zone from TZ Zona, but not going to be enough on its own. Here come the Chumps to paint the zone as well. And Sigma Ballers probably going to get the zone back in their favor unless Skibidi Wolfpack can disrupt it, and they're going to do exactly that. Commentators curves us a little bit, and they're going to get the zone in their favor. Let's see how they push off of it.
Yeah. It ain't over till it's over, as they always say, and Skibidi Wolfpack is on the up and up. You never underestimate the lone wolf. They'll come back when at least you least expect it, and the underdog joke also can't really find a way to limit it. And oh, did we see triple? Not quite, but a double. It's gonna be really good for these guys. Help me.
Oh man, Sigma Ballers has the zone back in their favor. Austin holding on to the splashdown. I can't wait to see what they're going to be with that beautiful little splashdown, little button right there. Tri-Stringer are going to be barraging with AoE from afar right now, but Sigma Ballers balling out in mid right now. Skibidi Wolfpack trying to fight solos there, but it's not going to be working out for them. Still, they're going to get the zone in the favor, and they're going to pop the slider to get the pick onto Samurai Rose. Splashdown going to get a good amount of paint on the floor, going to help Gum get that little kill there, and Gum continues to surge on forward regardless.
Yeah, looks like though, yeah, 2 people going on zone, and the splashdown on zone is gonna make it a lot easier for it to be capped, but at the same time, Cheshire is being popped out from the Sigma Baller, which is gonna solidify it right back into their control. Reef Slider though, takes it right back, and really is a chance for them to push again with that cooler out, but man, it's just back and forth. I can't speak fast enough. It's just flipping back and forth.
You literally can't even. That's crazy.
I literally cannot even. I like
mean,
can't
you know what?
handle.
I'm right there with you, man. It's just like it's so hard to even at this point because both these teams are contesting back and forth. It's hard to get your head on straight for stuff. We did see like a very similar scenario a little bit in a on Zone Mangi. So Skibidi Wolfpack could pull the rug out from the Sigma Ballers, but this is definitely a rough spot for them right now. 3 go down as well. It is just going to be that Tri-Stringer as the last one. With a minute 30 left to go, and Sigma Ballers might just be converting it into a knockout. They're done with their penalty. 10 points to go, and Chump's flying out just to put some more bodies on the floor. Splashdown probably for good measure. Can't stop the Creep Spider, and that is going to be the Sigma Ballers balling out to a 3-0 victory over Skibidi Wolfpack.
Yeah, slam dunk. I know so much about sports. It's funny. Yeah, this is the first 3-0 we've seen on stream so far. The other ones have been 2-1s for various reasons.
3-0 in the first set.
Was it?
Yeah.
I need to be put
3-0 we've seen on the stream.
Second 3-0 we've seen on the stream. My bad.
This is a testament to how rotted our brains have become.
Yeah. There's nothing in there anymore. There isn't even a brain to be rotted. It's just pure mush and like cauliflower in there.
I mean, hey,
maybe a little
good.
Yeah.
Eat your cauliflower, kids. That's the message of the day. Eat your veggies.
Veggies?
It tastes good.
Banging. There's nothing. I've been, vegetables in the air fryer. It will rock your world. It will change your life.
Roast broccoli, honestly, kind of skibidi.
Oh yeah, no, broccoli is so overhated. Broccoli is my
awesome.
my goat of all
podcast.
time. We need to start a cooking channel together.
Honestly, that'd be fire.
Anyway, congrats to Sigma Ballers for making it a nice clean 3-0, and I hope to see Skibidi Wolfpack taking some other games as well. Once again, these teams have been playing amazing. Really, really impressive Juniors Draft gameplay here. A lot of coordination. I've seen special coordination, which is something that I don't even see in Div 5. So,
yeah.
Your mileage may vary. But they've been
the special coordination here is
well.
better than I've had any experience. But I've been playing this
It's true. It's true.
for too long.
Genuinely. These guys are doing a fantastic job, and I mean that in, completely sincerely.
But yeah, we're going to be going over to one final break before our last set. Oh boy, our last set.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Well, I just know that we have to believe in ourselves for that one. Regardless, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Don't go too far. We're still watching YouTube Draft.
Unfortunately.
Invincible.
Welcome back to Under Pressure Junior Draft, Sizzle Season 2024. I am Weef, and I was joined here by Broken Pinky, but I think he's undergone like a little bit of a transformation and is now somebody a little bit different.
What are you talking about? I'm the same person I was all night. It's Deku and my grip up against Baka Battalion. How can we win this?
This is terrible. I'm sorry. I can't.
We just have to believe in ourselves.
It's okay, my young Midoriya. They just have. Yeah, no, I can't. I'm sorry. It's terrible.
I've already committed to this bit, so I'm doing this the whole time. Suck it.
Okay, you do you, man. This is a weird coping mechanism. But anyway, Deku versus Baka Battalion. This is our last round of Swiss, so this is kind of for all the marbles. A lot of these matches are determining on what brackets our teams will end up in, which is super cool, super important, super fun. Once again, play all three. And I've heard we also have a very interesting map in this rotation. We have Tower Control Mahi on here.
My goodness, Tower Control Mahi is a rough one. We're really gonna have to work together on that one, but that's in the future. We have to look directly in front of us for Game 1 on Clanblitz Umami Ruins.
it's terrible. You're really committing to this bit.
You know it.
They're also asking to put us down. This is the cry for help, chat. You have to come. You have to put us out of our misery, please. We also have Rainmaker Scourge Gorge, which a lot of people hate. I think it's kind of fun. I just like Rainmaker in general. It's fun mode.
Shout out to Thyme for being my one and only supporter.
I do this for you.
Anyway. Okay, we've been on mic for too long that so our brains have been progressively rotting, right? There isn't a brain left. There's no brain left. It's just liquid.
It's just a heart of gold.
It's pooling out of our ears, as is evidenced by my lovely co-commentator going completely insane. Regardless, Deku Drip, Baka Battalion, Swiss round 4 for all of the marbles. Let's see what we've got here. Ooh, heavy edit. We got a junior out here. We've got a Forge. That's not something you see every day. And Brush and a Roller, which are two weapons I feel like I never see on the same team.
Yeah, we see Forge on the side of Baka Battalion, a very fun weapon indeed. See pulled out, we're seeing a lot of Splatfest tees, 3 on the side of Baka Battalion, truly living up to that Baka name, but the Deku Drip, we're dripped out right now. We have that Blaster on our side for all that AoE, and we have that Bubbler action. I can't wait to see what we're gonna do.
I feel like you have to be biased. I feel like you can't be a commentator for this, like, because you're biased.
Absolutely.
Okay. Regardless, looks like Baka Battalion is 2 down. They are going to be moving forward. We are going to come out to try and stall their push, but we're going to see as we go on. Clams going to be gathered up. It looks like Deku Drip has a lot of clams. That's that's quite a bit of clams. Lost as they splash down, but I'm sure they'll pick him right back up soon. They do go down. 2 down on the side of Baka Battalion yet again. Mid is looking remarkably yellow right now.
I'm really glad that Clambless is our first mode because this is going to test our ability to work together as one. We really have to pull it together, believe in the power of friendship to take this game, and wow, so many clams already on the side of Deku Drip and have the splash down at the ready to just blast them all to smithereens.
Okay, the roller goes down, which does leave Baka Battalion a little bit more vulnerable, which is followed quickly by the Brush. Splash goes down to a Rogue Bomb, and it is just that Forge alone on the field, who also goes down. Delayed wipe, barrier broken. Gonna get that other clam in, and the clams are just being deposited. They're already down to 36. It's a minute and a half in. Picks are still going. They do have to get more clams, though, if they want to continue this push. I see one going back for clams. Cooler up still, so even if they die, they can come right back in. I believe that Splash Down is going to be popped pretty soon as well. There we go. There we have it. Gonna get a pick.
Beautiful smash down right there, splash down to get that beautiful score extension. 15 points to go for Deku.
Anyway. Yeah, Baka Battalion got 3 down on Deku Drip. They're scoring. They're getting clams in. One of them's down, the roller went down. We got Baka.
We really need to use the power of teamwork to get Baka Battalion out of Deku Drip's walls, but it looks like the scores are just not stopping. It's going to be delayed a little bit, but Baka Battalion still putting on so much pressure. Oh man, I don't know how we're going to deal with this. We're going to really have to band together as one unit and get them out of here, but it seems like they left on their own accord. Maybe the citizens of Umami ruined after all, but we still have to fight to get rid of all the evil in society.
Mid is still looking firmly blue. Those villains are still at large here, but it looks like Deku Drip is going to take one of them out. The blaster is down. 2 down on the side of Deku Drip, which does mean that Baka Battalion might be gearing up for a push, but still not the numbers, still not enough clams to really start thinking about it. They do have a special at the ready. If they put that bubble in a nice spot, I could see them getting a good hold, but that bubble does go down before they're able to pop it. 2 down on the side of Deku Drip still. Big fight in mid. Still kind of in neutral. They're both scrambling.
Yeah, both these teams are vying for it, but Baka Battalion goes 3 down. They're going to go all down there. Deku Drip dripped out as they're pulling forward. A minute 30 left on this game, and they are just looking so incredibly strong. Maggie's going to be rolling around with that splat roller, trying to find something, but the Splashdown is going to be finding them, trying to find some more picks, but the roller is going to get the nice crush over the blast. Now, going to find another. That's good. Moving forward, they're really powered together by the power of teamwork right now, and Deku Drip kind of struggling into the face of all this aggression right now. The Baka Battalion has not gotten a power clamp together quite yet, and they're going to go 2 down underneath the basket. Evelo is going to be popping that crab tank, trying to find some more picks, but it's going to be forced to drop, and that is going to be an untimely end to the push, and Deku Drip is still going to have a strong enough defense to stall out Baka Battalion.
Guys, it's not looking good. Oh, never mind. 2 down. They do still have a bunch of clams. They go ahead and make that power clam as insurance for when overtime starts, but not quite ready enough. And we're gonna see they might even get knocked out before then. We are gonna see them oh, that's a wipeout. Oh, guys, they're right behind you.
This villain's really strong.
I don't know how we can do this.
In one fell swoop.
Overtime's about to activate in about just not 20 seconds. They do have 2 balls. They are gonna get it. they are gonna get one of them in, but they are gonna push out before they have the ability to make anything else, unless they're able to make a clam in approximately 7 seconds. It looks like it may be over for Baka Weef. It's so over for them. Just kidding. Now it's
Overtime
over.
is a quirk with very specific activation requirements, and they didn't quite meet it in time, so Deku Drip is going to be able to take that game 1, being such a strong force against Baka Battalion. Truly the heroes.
Anyway, yeah, it was a good first game. You know, notably, no Splatfest tees from the winning side. I don't remember if Baka Battalion had any on, but I mean, if they did, I feel like at this point in the tournament, they've probably, like most of the teams, are probably off their Splatfest tees, hopefully. But then people are going to be probably playing open when rounds are being, like, when the brackets are being sorted, so who knows? Who knows?
I think you're the only person that does that, I'm going to be honest. And it makes people delay matches, which can be kind of frustrating at times. But not me, I would never get frustrated. I'm just a super wholesome superhero.
I don't know what a superhero is.
That just means you need to be saved.
We're going to Rainmaker Scorch. What are your thoughts? I don't want to say
This is a
Pinky
really
and-
tough
and
battlefield.
Amy,
You know, there's a lot of cover, but it's also a lot of open areas. It feels like you're really fighting an uphill battle, but once you get a little bit of that momentum going in your favor, once you really start working together as a team, oh man, you can defeat just about any evil that stands in your way.
We're looking at their amazing team art real quick. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Anyway, who do we think is gonna take round 2? Are the villains gonna triumph and then for the amazing third map comeback, or is Deku Drip gonna commit a clean sweep? What do you think is going on?
See, the thing people don't understand about villains is that they're really just the heroes of their own misguided story. So I think Baka Battalion can still do this, can still come together towards the good side and still be a positive force in the scene. I think Deku Drip is going to have to be really careful. You cannot rest on your laurels. You never know when the villain is going to activate the 38th quirk that they had hidden this whole time that he had no way of knowing about every single time.
You know, I said drink to forget as like a joke earlier, but I think I might actually have to drink to forget after this one. This is one of the most sets of all time, man.
It seems like one of the heroes on Deku Trip just dropped out, so we're going to need to go back to the hero end to find us a new sidekick for the tournament, but we should be okay. We should be able to stop the evil in the city.
Yeah, you know, what kind of, you know, what kind of... I can't, man. I can't, dude. So are like in this scenario are the weapons their quirks? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know what's going on. All I know is that we have to believe in ourselves.
We can't let them win. We have to let for society or whatever.
Kachan, we could do just about anything as long as we just put our minds to it and put our hearts to it as the symbol of justice or what peace. That's the one.
Oh, hold on, guys. You guys are saying that there's something in my mail? I'm gonna go out and check that real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh man, Kachan has to deal with his own big old problems. That's just him being a really responsible hero. Man, I don't know what I'd be able to do without him as my right-hand man. He's just so incredibly strong, and he always fights for what's right, even though he doesn't look it all the time.
It seems that what was in my mail was a pipe bomb. I don't think that was very nice of you guys. I think that we are, you know, simply trying our best. We're doing our best to keep things entertaining, and you guys are just being haters. You guys don't respect our. You guys aren't matching our freak, as they say.
You know, I'm glad that the viewers are dropping, because that just means that it's all the villains that are leaving the stream and are trying to better themselves off of the stream, and I think that's truly a wonderful thing, and I am very happy, you know, as a superhero to be, you know, a harbinger of peace.
Harbinger? I don't... Define harbinger. What does that word mean? But
I
do you
can't.
know what that word means?
I'm 15 years old.
I don't think that's true.
Wouldn't
Somebody
you
in
like
chat
to
says
know?
they need to pay the commentators more. You think we're being paid? Do you think
I
we're
would
being
love
paid
to be
for
paid.
this?
I've never gotten a single paycheck from commentating, and I've been doing it for like a year.
Oh, that's not true. Falco bought us webcams.
He only bought you a webcam.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, Falco bought me a webcam.
Falco has
Any-
a favorite child, and it's not me. Yes, it's his actual child. Shout out to Falco. He's the real All Might.
Guys, we don't actually think Baka Battalion is our villains. It's just a bit. But also, the villains are just misunderstood.
The villains are just the heroes, the misguided heroes of their own stories. Everyone's a hero in their heart.
Guys, just in case you didn't know, Pinky isn't actually Izuka Midoriya from the hit anime My Hero Academia. Just in case you guys didn't know.
And
Some of you guys might not have been aware. I thought just in case you guys weren't aware, like it's not real, guys. It's not real. You guys
I
can
feel
calm
like I've
down.
killed Ellie, which is bad because, you know, as a hero, it's my job to save people. So I better save Ellie fast before she dies. That'd be awful.
I feel like if I was in trouble from a villain, you wouldn't save me. I feel like you would.
What do you
just
mean?
laugh.
That's like the first thing that happened in the story.
Oh wait, am I?
You're Bakugo.
Am I Bakugo?
You're
I'm Bakugo.
Katsumi.
I thought I was All Might.
I mean, even then, Deku saves All Might from villains all the time in that one arc that kind of sucks ass. I mean, sucks poopy butt. I would never say bad words. I'm a wholesome hero guy.
Okay. You know, what's the deal with airplane food?
You know, the thing with airline food is that when you're locked in the limiter of an airplane, you can't really give your full potential. You can only, you're fighting with your limiters, it feels like. You know, like how Rock Lee does in Hit Show Naruto? He still has his weights on, but it's once you land on
I don't know.
the weights fully come off, and oh man, that's serious mode airline food.
My husband and his two brothers and three sisters and a few friends. There was a singing competition in Bogos was set up by our friends in West. Sparks flew during our duet, and the rest is history. This was the first time I
The deepest sigh. You know, I really do respect it. Yeah.
This is no bit, this is a way of life.
So what are you doing after this, Deku? What's
I'm playing
going on?
Pokemon.
What?
That's not even a joke.
Playing Pokemon? God bless. I am gonna go put some fish in a different tank. I got some glow light tetras that I've been cornering. Oh, the game's starting!
Wait,
No!
you
No
like
way!
Like the dualies? Oh my god, gameplay's happening on my screen.
No way!
This is awesome.
Thank you for
As
your
the
patience.
mention.
And the sub, Octocal, they're a Carbon player. That's pretty cool. Big respect for Carbon players.
Carbon Roller Deku is one of the sneakiest and fastest weapons in the game. Baka Battalion had better be careful.
Anyway. Yeah. I mean, we'll see if they have enough paint for that, because, you know, as a quirk, that weapon relies a lot about being stealthy and having enough paint.
Carbon Roller Deku. Quirk. Ninja Squid. He's a ninja. That's crazy. Oh my god, he's a ninja at work. He's gonna find a pick on the Rainmaker. But there's no paint around them, and they're lost alive. Surely they'll be defeated any moment now. Oh, the Fort Pro is going to be enough for the wipeout, and Baka Battalion already has the first checkpoint in their sights, and that is a Rainmaker dunk in the first 45 seconds.
The Deku Drip's gotta be really careful here. They have to, you know, really be aware of their fellow heroes and be able to coordinate together and use their powers of teamwork, because if they don't, they could end up going down, and you never want to be the last man standing, because that's a terrible position to be in. Unfortunately, this Rainmaker is in a position where it's gonna be rolling down the hill really, really fast, and that's terrible, and we have to stop that before it spreads any worse.
Yeah, we would hate for any more disaster to happen to us. 50 points, that's already quite a lot. We're going to have to really fight as one to find our way back, but LC is going to be finding 2 picks with the custom blaster. It's just going to be the Splashmatic as the last one left. Super far away, and LC has the splashdown to hit that Texas smash right into the face of the Baka Battalion. Only a minute and a half gone. This is certainly within our grasp. Smash!
With an epic showcase of that special move, they did get a player down, which is super advantageous. They've turned the tides of battle. They're going to be able to move in further, but the villain is in their midst. They snuck in when they were least expecting it and got... what is that? Was that a quad? Was that a late quad or like a triple? That was
We
pretty
all
good
went
from
down to that Splash-O-Matic. This guy's good.
Hey guys, it's looking pretty bad out here on the field for our voice crack for our friends Deku Drip, but with the power of friendship, they can still take it through anything. The Rainmaker gets a pick. Unfortunately, that's a special weapon with a lot of firepower, and it gets 2 down. They're gonna have to really work fast and respawn.
Man, they're doing a great job at holding us off. I think we really just need to come together as a team and believe in the power of friendship. I think that's what's been missing. But look at us playing as friends. 1 down, 2 down on the side of Baka Battalion. Octocal running forth with the carbon rope Deku and is going to find some more picks there. Deku Drip is going to be just a strong force right there in the mid of the map. They push all the way toward that checkpoint on the other side of the map, but that is such a long journey with Baka Battalion trying to away at every step of the journey, but Octocal still finding more chips.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Oh my god,
Evil fight in the pit with the jump in, and they get him down. It looks like Deku Drip might be coming on the up and up. This might be our chance.
This might be the chance to conquer, but the Booyah Bomb! They have the power of friendship too! Oh my goodness!
Oh no, the villain's motivated by their own gains. They have dreams too. They have to go. They want to make it to that top bracket, and so they want to be able to win this match. So it's will against will, mine against mine. We have to be the stronger heart. We have to keep our goals in mind. This is terrible.
We just have to believe in ourselves. That's all we have to do. I think as soon as the belief wavers, we start to falter just a little bit, but we just stay strong. If we just stay, use our separate quirks together as a greater sum of their parts, we can do it. Smash is going to find a pick on Rainmaker as well. Is going to find another. That's another Rainmaker pop for us. Just one last guy behind us trying to go for the flank. But Octocal, no, it's going to be taken
Watch
down.
out!
And Evelo coming from behind, but it's going to be stopped in the bubbler. And Deku Drip gets the checkpoint. And they can certainly convert this to a lead if they just believe in themselves, but not if Meggy. That's the late wipe on Deku Drip, and Baka Battalion just has to play defense for 1 more minute and they'll have it.
But now they have that check out of the way, this next part gets so much easier. It won't be easy, but if they keep it in mind, they can get that Rainmaker past that checkpoint, where that checkpoint was, and then the snowball starts. They only have 18 more points to get before they take the lead, and if they take that lead, victory is assured.
Yeah, 30 seconds left and they're just playing so far back. They want to stay alive at whatever cost, and that's a great strategy. We're really going to have to put our minds to going to want to defeat it. Maggie's going to be running forth on their own, going to get a trade. Octocal is trying to be the real hero. They know they can on that car. So close to the Trizuka, but it's not going this time as it's illegal in the state of Japan. And with 10 seconds left, they're just running at this Rainmaker, but it's going to explode and cause a wipeout. 4 seconds to go. They can surely get this pop. The conditions for the overtime quirk have been met. They just have to grab it and go. And we have the smash to get some more picks. 2 go down. It's just 2 to go. Lunavia is running forth, but Maggie is going to find the pick, and it's going to Baka Battalion taking game 2.
We almost had it. It was in their grasp. It was in their grasp, but at the very last second, the villains got ahead of them. The villains wearing their Splatfest tees. Almost all 4 of them. 3 of them wearing their Splatfest tees. 2 of them on Team Theme Park. Shut up, Team Theme Park.
At least they're fighting for Theme Park. At least they're fighting for Best Girl Fry.
Best Girl and Theme Parks are some, but yeah. We can keep on it. We've seen it. Victory is close. We just have to believe in ourselves.
Victory is within our grasp, but it's certainly in their grasp as well. We just have to tread with caution. We can't take any risks or else we'll be wiped out, and we can't afford to have that happen. We have to stay strong for the society that needs us.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry, me too.
Broken character for the first time in like 10 minutes, and you sound utterly depressed. Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. Oh man, I talked about this is going to be a really rough game 3 on tower control. Mahi Mahi. Deku Drip. Dripped out as always has the beautiful custom blaster pick. That giant area of effect is going to be on this beautiful quirk factor for this terrain. I can't wait to see what Deku Drip is going to do with it.
Yeah, tower control Mahi, it's a bit unconventional, but that might just be what we need to make it work. We're gonna be going right into it, wasting no time. We already know what's gonna happen. We already know our weapon comps, and we already know we're gonna make it out on top, but we really have to be careful here. We have an Explosher on the enemy team, which is a super dangerous weapon. We really have to be careful because they can chip damage you right to the depths of hell.
Explosher? That's like a furnace! Where do you even get those in Japan?
What?
Baka Battalion is the first to take the tower. Trades are happening on either side, but they're all...
No, what do you mean by that?
Going to get an early checkpoint already off the bat. Maggie has been so hard to fight on this tower, still staying alive. Already at the second checkpoint, this might be an early lead for Baka Battalion that could be catastrophic.
Yeah. And now with the water level risen, the tide of the battlefield has changed. It's a little bit different now. We have to adapt on the fly. We have to use our environment to our advantage here as the Baka Battalion makes it super, super close to that knockout. They still have 2 up. They still are hanging out in mid. It's not going to be an easy ride for Deku Drip to get back into mid. Cooler is going to go out, making it a little bit easier. A nice little stimulant boost for them from their support twerk friends or something. I don't know. I haven't seen the show.
Man, the support class heroes are really fighting with all they got, making sure we can do our part on the front line. 4 versus 2 in our favor. We just have to believe in ourselves and we'll have it in our... Going gambling, we're going to find 1, we're going to find 2. Octocal is an insane Trizuka player rolling across the tower, being so hard to hit, but Spider Ben is going to find the pick regardless and is going to stop Deku Drip by that second checkpoint in Baka Battalion. Still fighting back with all they've got. We really have to believe in ourselves for this one.
Yeah, they didn't quite make it back to checkpoint, but I know if we all work together and use our friendship powers, we might be able to make it past that checkpoint that second time. Roller versus roller, hero versus hero, and the one on... I forgot.
The lines of morality and the lines of reality are being blurred with one another. We're not quite sure what's going on, but we just know that we have to fight when we... 3 minutes to go. Surely second time is the charm of this second check. We have the Trizuka at ready, and we have the splashdown. Smash!
And we went gambling as well, but aw dang it, they didn't find anyone. Bombs are going out. Only 1 player left on the side of Baka Battalion, and they are gonna get taken out. Our victory is assured. They have the lead. We almost are there.
We can do it. We just have to believe in ourselves and we have to work together. We're done with the checkpoints. We're done with the inhibitions. But at the last hour, Baka Battalion fights back and gets the full wipeout on Deku Drip. And we still have a game that was just the first half. And there's still more to go.
Guys, I think this is bad. They're all 4 in mid, and we got a pick on them, but they're throwing out their special moves all around. They're getting some of us down. There's 3 of us down. It's not looking good, guys.
The support classes on both teams are going absolutely insane, and that's letting the strongest hitters on the front lines do their part to fight for what they feel is right now. And now Baka Battalion so close to their own knockout, 3 down on Deku Drip. This might just be the end of the hero's journey that is Deku Drip. Funky Chicken's going to be taken down, the lead lost, and knockout by Baka Battalion.
Okay, can we be done? Are we done? Can we not do this? Are we done? Baka Battalion, that was a very, very close game.
I would like to apologize to 5 people and 5 people. The 4 members of Baka Battalion and Ellie. That's it. Everyone else, I'm not sorry. I be who I am. I will always be me.
Yeah, and I'm already used to it by now. We also apologize to 1 member in chat. Only 1 of you. So you guys can all fight over who is asked for forgiveness. So, talk amongst yourselves and everything. But yeah, Baka Battalion, really strong showcase for them. It was a uphill battle, but they kept their force on the way. Shout out to the sub that ended up joining on Deku Drip. They did a fantastic job and are a great sport, jumping on randomly mid-set after one of the players unfortunately did have to go. But yeah, great set from everyone. That is going to be our last Swift stage. So now our brackets are pretty much set once every single player has, once all of the matches are done, the deck will be settled, and we'll see who's making it into the top bracket, who's making it into the middle and the bottom bracket, and all that fun stuff. But yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like
I'm actually
Crabbird
kinda sad
is.
that I was like,
I can't even read that.
I'm kind of sad that I was like, kind of just joking around because that was genuinely a really fun set.
Yeah.
Set really close, down to the wire. Baka Battalion. I mean, kudos to them getting it done. Deku Drip, I believe, is gonna go 0 for the day. So rough shake of things, but definitely played well. Definitely had a lot of, signs of brilliance there. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the end of our Swiss stage, the end of our block. So if you're tired of us, you're free. We're gonna be throwing it over to Nate the Great and Chara as well. Before we go,
Yeah.
Weef, where can we find you?
Well, you can find me here on Under Pressure Never Again, because I'm pretty sure Ellie is gonna fire us. I think we will not.
I think Ellie's only gonna fire me. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, you cannot find me anywhere. I'm going to die and be bombarded by the wrath of every single tournament organizing community I've ever contributed to. But if I somehow make it, you can find me at Twitter, brokenpicking_. And you can find Deku. No, I'm kidding.
On Crunchyroll for season whatever it's on of.
That's the end of groups. We're throwing it off the bracket. Don't go anywhere. The best is about to come.
Wait! You can find me on Twitter at WeefSlider.
Oh, you just plugged yourself.
Did not let me plug myself.
I thought you plugged yourself. I'm gonna be real.
I did not plug myself. I said you can find me not here anymore. But yeah. Anyway, please stick around. Our next commentators will probably be a little bit more serious with it. So hopefully you guys are into that. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I know all of you hated it. But
as you should.
See you guys later. Please stick around through the break.
I don't deserve rights. Peace.
True. Bye.
Another family friend from the tent. I was fine with extending the invitation because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out of treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what to say, but I don't want her to die. I'm so glad my baby showers at the end of this month. I'm having a few months early because of the risk of going to my mother-in-law called me and stated to me that I was okay. I was surprised to get it since with my young daughter, female friend and son. My husband was with his two brothers and three sisters and 3 friends. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends to win. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I watched my sister-in-law's disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, then I went to the cafe to chat. His little sister, Chungus, who was adopted at birth, came storming out to me and demanded to come back. She never looked at me and whined when I shut her down. She ran off crying and took her sister's green coupons and walked on the stage to stage and break. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up at the house. She ignored me the entire time. She ignored my husband, boyfriend at the time. She held my phone and texted him when they were little and close together. She kissed him on the cheek, hugged him, and touched his arm and laughed. She was visibly uncomfortable towards him. At first, I just thought she was a crush, but the way she was acting reminded me of my girlfriend. She was going around reminding me of everything. 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband Pierre at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about
I
him.
ran out of power.
First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close. Like he was
You have any sage advice for me?
She asked him if he was having a good life. He used to say he never
Yep,
liked
I know. Yep. What can I do for you? I know.
face to face. That was the last straw. I asked her if he knew she was in love with him. When she was 11, she had still lived in public places and said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and bizarre, but he didn't pay her much attention. The next sibling now hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her in his home because I think she's going to binge on it on a baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of shape she's been in, but I know he might feel that she's going to be in there. So am I being hurt that one of them went to the baby shower? My deal is always to invite my sister-in-law and brother my husband. My husband and many people Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Nina showed up and asked us club after. She ignored me the entire time, all over my boyfriend at the time. She kept her head and tails up when they were together. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on him, but the way she was acting looked like she was a girlfriend. She was going around the Monday slash Tuesday. One of my friends said, the most bizarre thing was a few people who said they never dated women of color, but now all of a sudden she's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's black, so I don't know why this was on the way. She's jealous of me because she wishes she was. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and says, I started crying again. Their dad went and checked on her. I knew that was why she was out, but my husband always afraid of his behavior. After that, she's getting me children's birthday party. Another thing She went on to say how much she missed them being close. They came in and destroyed her first birthday, and barely said 50 words to her. She asked him if he was happy with his life. He said, yeah. He used to say he never wanted kids or get married. She then asked if he thought about it this time, and we could meet up with him before the shower and talk about it, face to face. That was the last straw. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him. He just shrugged. He said he didn't doubt my fears. When she was 11, she asked if they could try to kiss, and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and bizarre, but he didn't pay her much attention because they were in a secret and talking all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her as his boyfriend because I think she's going to bring back the family chat. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in. She's going to ruin our date. So on my EA hold, I want to invite her to the baby shower. My EA hold, I invite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband. My husband and I met each other at Ski Lodge 9 years ago. I was with my main daughter and female friend at the time. My husband was with his two brothers and three sisters and three friends. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends to win. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I followed my sister-in-law to singing after the singing competition. He and I went to the cafe to chat. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up to us and demanded to come back. She never looked at me and wanted to shut her down. She got off crying and halfway took her sister's room to back and went to stay with her friends in the room. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and
This would
invited
be like
family and close
terrifying
friends.
if you
Tina
controlled
showed
the
up
cameras
and
with like an Oculus Rift or
she
something.
ignored me the entire time and all over my husband.
Because you just move your head back and forth.
She kept recalling tales about my husband and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm when I was. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At
Right
first,
there.
I just thought she had a crush on him, but the way she was acting looked like she was a girlfriend and not him. She She was going around
Where's the Pirate Cove guy?
Oh,
Oh, here's Pirate Cove.
but now he's playing down with my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how her father's photos were when he didn't bring work back. Her favorite photo was of them teaching Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back.
Oh, I bet using the camera takes power too. I'm going to 34%. I got 3 hours to go.
It's only bizarre to me because she's mother. So I don't know why this would bother her. She's jealous of me, so she wished she were me. Then things go south and he gets down on one knee and goes to she started crying and ran to her. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband was aware of her behavior and jealousy because she never knew healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her to disrupt us. I'm currently pregnant, and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm just like I did with my other family. My mother-in-law told Laura she was freaking out right now. If it was okay, she wanted to work out. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she would talk whatever caused her so much tears when she was pregnant. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about her family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close.
2 hours left.
A close relationship. On a daily said 50 words to her. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids when they married.
That sound
She then asked him
always
if he
right
thought
there.
about his time.
Well,
We have to before the shower.
he's not here just yet.
That was the last straw. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him, and he just shrugged his shoulders. He said he didn't doubt my fears of him. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked him if he thought it was gifts, and he said no. He had much of a love since he was married, but he didn't pay me much attention because there had been
Trying to push it.
I asked him if he could invite her into the boys' because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready for what I'm ready. So in my new role, I wanted to invite her to the baby shower. My new role, I invite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband. My husband and I met each other in the ski I was with my young daughter and female friend at the time. My husband was with his two
Freddy's, I
little
couldn't even survive 2.
there was a singing competition at Bogos where some of my friends were. He was supposed to do during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I met my sister-in-law who's living in the a singing competition, yet I went to the cafe to chat. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, he was storming up to me so the man would come back with her. She never looked at me blindly and shut her down. She ran
Thank you all so much for watching. Check out the other scary games that I play. If you want to play this for yourself, you can check it in the description below. If you really want me to play it again and try to beat it, let me know in the comments below. Thanks again, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Five Nights at Freddy's, an indie horror game that you guys suggested en masse, and I saw that Yami Mass played it, and he said it was really, really good. I'm very eager to see what is up. That is a terrifying animatronic bear. Family was realistic. Security guard to work for the night shift.
One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird talking about how much love and children when he didn't
If I didn't want to stay the first night, why would I stay anymore?
during a family vacation a few years back.
Why would I stay?
The most bizarre thing she told a few people who had never dated a woman of color before, and now all of a sudden she's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her. She's jealous of her because she wished she
Oh,
were
I can't move.
Then things go south
That's a
and he
creepy
gets down on one knee and
Creepy things on the wall.
She started crying and ran to her. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her. I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting my peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk of going into labor early, like I did with my other 2 children. My mother-in-law called the RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with her, and if it was okay, she brought her new baby. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Sizzle Season 2024 Junior Draft Tournament. I'm Nate the Great, and I'm joined here by Pro Chara. How you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing good.
It's great to hear. So we are getting set for round 1 of Alpha Bracket, looking at a best of 3 set. between Bogos, Binted, and Five Nights at Woomy's. Really interested to see what we're going to get into here. Starting off, we're going to have Splat Zones on Mako Mart. Chara, what are you kind of looking at for these teams? What kind of strategies do you think we might see here?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever seen these players play before, but Mako tends to be a bit of a shorter range map, a bit more area of effects favored, so we tend to see stuff like blasters or sloshers a bit more here, so I'm definitely interested to see what comps the teams are going to pull out to try and take advantage of the unique terrain of this map, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, with Junior Draft Tournament, for those who maybe are just joining us here, it's a special skill cap tournament where the skill cap is A+ rank. So a lot of players here who maybe haven't done a lot of competitive before, new experiences, and all the teams are drafted, meaning that a lot of these players, until this tournament, may not have played together ever before. So we're probably assume that flexibility and adapting is going to be pretty key here, especially for, like you said, kind of looking for those kind of short range map, what kind of places they're kind of looking to control as we go into this map. So looking in at Splat Zone's Mako, we're looking at those stacks, right? Left stack and right stack, the high ground around the zone, looking to control those areas. And with all of the cover around, what are some of the ways that maybe we might see players look to hold control over those or kind of take control of those areas of the map?
I mean, generally just having your anchor weapon or other longer range weapon on one of the stacks is good to maintain control. You can do your side if you want to be a bit more defensive, or the other one if you want to be a little bit more aggressive. You want to try to control the left drop. That's a bit of a one-way down there. The only way to go back is a bit of an awkward jump off a block, so it's very easy to kind of set up down there with sharking weapons and prevent people from dropping down and kind of control that space, and then forces the enemy team to try and rush the other stack on the right side of the map as their only real way in, and that's where usually we'll see most of the team fights going down. That's usually the part of the map where it's going to be the main retake option for the defending team, and their goal is basically just to take one of the stacks back and try to get some form of control. Even if they don't get the zone, if they can at least get their own stack, they can start to set up and pressure with a bit more range, and that'll give them a position to try and get a team fight. And we'll also see most of the specials thrown onto these same exact stacks here. Sometimes the teams are going to push in the one-way drop area I talked about earlier. Typically, if you're like really aggressive, you could see some frontliners try to get control of that because it's a bit faster to reach the enemy stack. So if you get up there quickly and you push really fast before you get punished for it, you can get control a lot faster and take a lot more space more quickly, which is always going to be a good advantage.
Good stuff. Good to hear. Yeah, I personally, I know that a lot of times when playing this map, I tend to play shorter range weapons like short shooters like Shot or occasionally Forge Pro, and definitely find pushing out on that right drop, like you said, can be a really nice way to at least pull attention away from the left side and maybe give your team a better chance at kind of taking that stack on the left. I'm very interested with plays at this level of play. It's kind of anybody's game. We're not the way that I find it is, as soon as the teams choose to play on those areas of the map, you generally see everything will just kind of go their way. So I'm very, very, very interested to see if we're gonna notice the map kind of, because at this level of play, both teams not necessarily gonna have had a lot of time to play around each other, maybe aren't as familiar as the rest of us are with kind of the strategies of taking over parts of the map and pushing up for, in a methodical kind of way. And so I wonder if we're going to see how this plays out. Are things just going to end up being a big old scrap in mid and just going to see who wins the fight? Or are we going to see, one or two players make a really key play, taking one of those important areas of the map and making something happen?
Yeah, and I guess while we're here, we can also talk about some of the other maps in the set. So this is a best of 3 set. First 1 to 2 games will win. The other two maps we have are Clan Blitz on Brightwater Springs, and yes, Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino. I love the little overlay here. And, oh, actually, never mind. It looks like we're going to be hopping into the game right now.
Yeah, really interesting comps. Like we mentioned, we do have some long-range weapons with that Hydra on the side of Bogos Binted. Gonna be really, or sorry, that's on the side of Five Nights at Woomy's. Gonna see what's going on here in mid. And we do see a play on that left stat char.
Yeah, pretty standard comps from both sides. Or about as standard as you'll get here, but I mean, we got a cooler, we got decent anchor weapon on both teams, plenty of paint. You know, about it. They're comps that make sense. All things considered here. The double Splatana is going to be pretty interesting to see here, having both Charcoal and the Cavitator together here. Both of them go down to the Tri-Strikes from this Dowser dually. Going to be trying to push up, punishes the Zipcaster immediately with a very nice burst bomb direct, and this is a good advantage for Bogos Binted, already taking some good space, and they're trying to keep these fights up. This Dowser moving really aggressive to try to push the Charcoal as soon as they try to fight here. Could really use some help, and hopefully the Tri-Slusher will be able to assist with this fight, but the Charcoal is doing a great job just somehow making it all the way to the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, really nice retake there by Five Nights at Woomy's. A little scary with that stature at the beginning, but they managed to find the ground, and we see this Hydra taking that left stat. Really nice positioning here, trying to put pressure on the right as well for their team to push up. Really nice pit, 2 down on Bogos Binted, and this is looking like it's going the way of Five Nights at Woomy's.
Yeah, and here the Hydra is going to opt to play more defensively, it seems, so they're not going to set up super aggressive on the other stack. We're going to try to stabilize here, and we see the other team really trying to move forward with this left side push. They're going to use the triple ink strike first to try to get in here. The Jetpack coming out to immediately punish that Aerospray can maybe find a kill onto the Dowsers as well. That was a very good ink jet. A lot of people go down, but it looks like one member of the other team has snuck in. The Tri-Nouveau finds kills on both Splatanas and is actually going to be able to flip that zone back the other way.
And we see how that left sneaky on what we usually call breakfast coming into play there, where the Tri was able to get around the enemy team and get behind their formation and ends up capping the zone basically by themselves by nature of that triple. Really nice play around the terrain of this map. 2 going down though on the stat. Slosher as well, and that's just going to leave the Dowsers alone, trying to throw ink strikes to survive here a bit. Gonna get in a little bit of a scrap, and the Zap is going to have to back off for just a moment. Bogos Binted might have found a way to at least hold mid for the time being, looking to make a counter push. Do get 2 more down, and that's going to be a really nice flip, and probably the wipe in just a moment. There it is.
Yeah, finally seeing full control being flipped over here. So once again, we're going to have to look at how these teams are going to set up, and right now it looks like these guys are going to be much more aggressive. Their anchor is a lot faster than a Hydra, of course, so they're going to be trying to play very fast here to try to get fights onto the stack. We see the Gluga, or not the Gluga, we see the Dowser going in and getting quite a few kills there, and they get another wipeout, and the cooler is gone from the other team. They just basically have to guard this stack here to make sure they don't make it all the way to the cooler, and that's going to be a huge downside here. They're going to be really dependent on this Jet Zipcaster combo to try and make something happen. But that being said, here, Jetpack's already ready. Going to be trying to find a pick onto this Tri. Going to be able to trade it here, leaving just the Aerospray alive, getting dived by the Splatana Stamper. Manages to survive, getting the Booyah Bomb off, and is allowing their team to regroup in, just maintaining this zone as long as they can. There's a Hydra flank of all weapons, I think, taking the stack here. And they're going to be able to survive here and reflip the zone for 5 Nights at Woomy's.
Yeah, you know, I'm really impressed by both teams. The amount of priority they are putting on this high ground and taking control of it is really, really impressive to see. Especially at a level like A+, you don't necessarily expect people to always be thinking super hard about using terrain to their advantage. So it's really, really good to see that already we're seeing some very nice plays from both teams. Stamp's going to get into a little bit of scrap on this stat, just as we're saying that the Zipcaster comes out. Can't quite get the pick, though. Cooler's going to come out for Bogos Binted, and the Strike's going to give them a chance to maybe hold off the retake. But as 3 go down, there's a wipeout, and that just might be enough time for Five Nights at Woomy's to get the KO here. They can just hold off this retake here for just a moment. Booyah's going to come out. Doesn't quite get shredded. They're going to have to paint over the zone if they want to hold it. There's just the Hydra left, and they're going to manage to just barely retake this just in time to hold off that KO.
And we got to be a little bit more aggressive on this hold here. There's plenty of time left to retake, and we got to have enough space to back off once this Inkjet Zipcaster combo comes out. The major downside of 2 recall specials is both of them having to go back around the same time. But we got to find a way to survive these, and so far it looks like the Inkjet and Zipcaster are finding the necessary kills to be able to get this retake, and they managed to full wipe the enemy team here. And all they have to do is maintain full control of this zone, and they should be able to lock this game in the bag.
5 more seconds to go, and it's not looking good. They have to get a full cap, and that's going to be game 1 going to Five Nights at Woomy. Textbook retake there, Chara, with the zip and the inkjet to create that space in mid and get the necessary picks to just clear out Bogos Binted and give them that KO.
Yeah, well played game on both sides. Very close there.
Yeah, looking at this replay here, right near the end, this Zipcaster getting a really nice pick, the Inkjet also pressuring that stack. All of Bogos Binted have to completely give up the stack, get stuck in zone here with all of the paint around them, and aren't able to quite hold off this last push. And with only a minute, only 15 seconds left, that wipeout is just devastating. And as we saw, it just wasn't in the cards for them that time. But looking at map number 2, Clam Blitz on Brinewater Springs. Pretty, I feel like this is a relatively common map that you'll see in the comp scene, but I know that some people don't particularly prefer it. What are your thoughts on this map, Chara?
I mean, it's okay. The bottom of the map is obviously the big highlight here. This new ink rail added, and the expansion since the rework gives a lot more room to fight and gives a bit of a wider angle to flank, but it's still going to be a little bit of a snowball heavy map. It's a bit tricky to get a push started, and once you get a push started, it can snowball very heavily. So it's going to be really dependent on these teams' ability to set up and win a big fight in neutral, as both teams play very defensive to start things out.
Yeah, we talked about in the last map, Mako Mart being somewhat of a short-range favored map, but Brinewater definitely not one of those. And with that Hydra, I'm very interested to see if they'll stick with that. This is definitely a Hydra map for sure, and we do see the Hydra coming out and the Stamp as well. Also a custom jet, interesting pick for Clam Blitz, looking to hopefully control a bit of those choke points probably. As we get set for game 2 in this best of 3, this is set point for Five Nights at Woomy as we are getting started here.
Yeah, and there's going to be an interesting opening here. Not too much changes on the comms here. We see a Clash and a custom Jet Squelcher change for Bogos Binted, but not too much done from the other team. So looks like we're going to have a pretty standard match here. As both teams open up in the middle of the map, we have the Tactic Cooler coming out, Booyah Bomb being popped. And so far, the fight for the middle of the map has begun. The Aerospray is going to try to hold it down with a Booyah Bomb of their own to stall things out. And this Hydra is going to be able to, not get the try, actually. Try does reach that high up to be able to take out the Hydra. And now the Zap is trying to hold things down, switching to more aggressive playstyle here to win this fight in mid. And so far, they're able to set up quite nicely. But no, the bomb hidden in the Power Clam of all things. And the double Splatanas are just going to go in and do their thing. Manages to get a trade, but not quite the push they were looking for.
Yeah, maybe lacking a little bit of stability. We see the sides of the map haven't really been touched too much by Five Nights at Woomy's. Maybe didn't give them quite enough room to kind of feel comfortable staying put and holding. As 3 go down, it's just the sword up. Gonna take this left flank, hopefully hold a bit of space, but that's the wipeout as Bogos Binted has the clams necessary and the space to make a push as they're gonna get started here.
Yeah, we should see the score here. We see the Inkstorm coming out to help them with that little bit of passive healing. 2 footballs are scored. However, I think we were a little bit rushed to score here as everyone goes down so quickly that it's going to give an opportunity for the other team to be able to regroup and try to stabilize. This Clash is the last player alive, desperately trying to stay up, but the Zap is going to take them out here. Has this tactic ready. As long as they don't go down to the Fizzy Bomb, they're going to be able to set up here, have 3 players coolered, and begin an offense of their own. We got to shred this Booyah Bomb with the Splatanas and Zap. We do shred it, but the kill has to come from this Inkjet here, also being popped. A Booyah is coming out, and there's so many specials from both teams. The Zipcaster is now behind them. Everyone is throwing everything they have at the opposition, but so far, there haven't gotten too many picks here. It looks like the defending team has a sizable advantage in this fight. Now all the resources are gone.
Yeah, we saw that the Inkjet and the Zipcaster both went out in that choke, but that custom jet with the Toxic Mist was able to hold the rest of the team out, and the Inkjet and the Zipcaster alone were not able to finish taking that space. The rest of the team needed to push in through that choke point in order to really secure that area. This Stamp gets a really nice pick on the Flash. That's one down. It might get. They still have mid, and they might have enough space. Managed to stall this out long enough. 2 go down, and the Zipcaster coming out. We're looking for this push to start now. Zip's going to go for the C-Jet. Isn't quite going to find it and might just stall for enough time. The rest of the team needs to get in through that Booyah Bomb, but we're seeing a little bit of trouble. They're just not quite able to get through here.
Yeah, we have a lot of power clams ready for a push here, but we have to be able to get the kills to make it happen. Looks like this jetpack's going to come out, but while holding that power clam, they're going to be given away a little bit, but manages to get away in time to find that double kill. Very nice for their team. They need to move off this faster. We're a little scared here, but we should just go. We got 2 picks, but no, by the time they manage to push, they've already regrouped on the other team, and now they're going to have to back off once again, trying to get a cooler up as the Trizuka tries to hunt this power clan user down.
No, we see this even at top level when playing with a pickup, like in a tournament like this. It can be pretty difficult to know the timing of things with when you're playing with new people. Big dives here though, really trying to.
Oh my god, the Tri kills everything.
Tri killed everything, and the Hydra's gonna be the
all
last
the Hydra's
one.
barely alive. They're trying to camp this jump, but not able to. But they do have a cooler of their own, so I guess it's their team's turn to get started here. Gonna have to just poke with Fizzies for the time being.
As they're pushing in, Hydra's doing a great job of holding that choke point as they manage to push the Aerospray out of that right side. Jet is also going to post up on the snipe, and just a bit of a scramble for clams in mid. Everybody's kind of on all sides of the map. Tri does manage to get a pick here and is going to look for 2. Might get a pinch from their friend as they have to jump out because of this Booyah coming out and the Aerospray gets picked off. Really big scramble for clams and for space here, but they're still just not quite able to find the momentum to push through and get a score happening.
Ooh, that Rain and Fizzy Bomb combo going to be finding a pick here. But so far, there hasn't been too many scores, so this could still be anyone's game, but it looks like this team is going to try to hold on and just keep it a little bit more defensive, just make sure that nothing goes wrong in the last 30 seconds of the game, and try to hold on for dear life. Meanwhile, Five Nights at Woomy is going to need to make a power climb and make one fast, because they don't actually have one yet, and if they don't make one, there is no overtime for this, and they need that extra time to make something happen here. They're going for picks, but if this power climb isn't made soon, they're going to be out of time. They have 10 clams. They just have to toss to the right player, but there's a disconnect from the Hydra Splatling. They're going to have to now do a 3v4. The Zap has the power clam. Overtime has begun, and this is going to be a hard game to win here, but not impossible yet. The Stamper manages to find 1 kill, evening out the player count. They're going in with that Zipcaster, but gets taken down by every player on the other team, trying to stop them. The Decapitator is trying to take out this Tri-Slosher, and it leaves it just to the Zap, who isn't going to have enough time to score in the end.
A really big kind of back and forth battle there for mid. Both teams doing a really good job of holding off that choke point, not letting the other team in very often, but we might see just a little bit of kind of miscommunication or timing between the teammates, trying to find the right moment to make that push through. It seemed like the specials and the pressure were there, but the follow-up just wasn't quite there for either team. Bogos Binted did manage to just barely hold off that the offense from Five Nights at Woomy, despite all of the pressure thrown at them. Really well played by both teams.
Yeah, managing to not let anybody push on their side and just try to hold things down the entire time. That's pretty impressive to not let a team score a single time, especially with the double Splatana special dives that we've been seeing from these guys. So that's a very solid defense, all things considered here. And we're going to be going into the third map. I believe this is Rainmaker Museum de Alfonsino. So this is going to be a much more aggressive map than what we just played. A lot less defensive play here. We're going to have to see which team is going to be able to move fast to get these objective scores, especially for a map like Museum where, being able to get into the enemy spinner is so important to be able to get all of that cover and use the terrain of the map to your advantage. So this could be a very attacker-favored map once you get set up. Once you push into the enemy base, it can get very difficult to move attackers out of their side. But we'll have to see if there's any adaptions comp-wise for this map. We saw a little bit of changes last time, so I'm very curious to see if there's going to be any more adaptions this time around.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this comp. Five Nights at Woomy with the double sword Hydra. This is a pretty good map and mode for that combo. I feel like that comp might still be working for them, especially if they're looking for those aggressive plays like you said. both Jet and Zip going to give them a lot of ways up onto the enemy spinner, onto their plat, and clearing a lot of space for the Rainmaker there. It can also poke up, once you get onto the spinner, up onto those left and top right sides, which are so crucial for defense on this map mode. Being able to poke defenders away from those areas to clear a safe path for the Rainmaker to the goal is one of the most kind of critical parts of the push on this map, and usually the part that gets the most difficult just because of how inaccessible those top parts of the map can be for attackers. So I would be pretty surprised if we see too many comp changes, especially when, you know, if you're comfortable with your comp and you're comfortable with your weapons, that's going to do way more than switching to a weapon you're less comfortable with just because of a map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. So, I mean, we really have to see. I have no idea what these teams could be picking, though. So, I mean, it's going to be a bit tricky to see. You know, like what could possibly happen. There's so many changes that you can make. I think Rainmaker is definitely the mode where we see some changes the most, though. But I do think it has like some advantages for either team. The double Splatana is going to have a huge advantage in popping the Rainmaker shield, while Hydra being slow is a bit of a downside in this mode. If it does have a full charge ready, the insane DPS of that weapon can sometimes win a very well-timed pop. So it looks like we're going to have a lot of damage to be able to try to get pops if they keep the same comp, but I guess we'll have to see. Looks like that the comp is going to be the same, and the fact that the fourth player is still gone, though. So we're going to have to wait a little bit more to see what they line up with once they have all 4 weapons at the ready.
Still $20 a year. So as we were waiting on that fourth player to rejoin the lobby, I'm really impressed by kind of the quality of this set so far. You know, going into it, it's always tough to know, you know, when looking at lower level tournaments, if things are going to, you know, play out, you know, if you're going to see big old stomps on one team over the other, or if you're going to see some pretty even battles between. But this has been a really nice set so far. It's been really cool to see. I love that there are tournaments like this available for new players to be able to try out and kind of dip their toes into comp, and you know, without having to go through all the trouble of finding a new team and trying to get, you know, practice together, but able to just hop into a tournament and play some Splatoon and find out what it's like to do a tournament together. I think it's really great. So shout out to the TOs for putting this on. We're really happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just waiting a little bit more for these teams to get ready here. I think we might be getting started right now. Yep, we're hopping right back into Rainmaker Museum. Are we going to see 4 players spawning in? This is the question of the century. Yes, we are. 4 players spawning in. Looks like we're getting a Decapitator on both teams now. Aerospray is switching over to the gold Dynamo Roller. That's not the change I expected, but I think this should be an interesting comp change here. Both teams just putting on a little bit more damage. We're going to have to see what happens as the Decav gets a very quick opening onto the enemy plat, already finding a pick on the Dynamo. Tries to get the follow-up on that 80 damage onto the Jet Squelcher, but not able to find it. And the Rainmaker went for a very early checkpoint play, but unfortunately did not pan out. That was a very quick opening plan that almost worked out for them. Getting the checkpoint on this map is an absolutely huge advantage. And we're going to be seeing teams try and go for it as fast as possible here, especially with that new spinner ledge they added that allows you to jump directly onto the pedestal. Rainmaker being dived right here by this N-Zap, though. No one able to save it in time. Decav goes down to the Hydra Spile, and you're just going to be trying to stabilize for their team. Probably going to be seeing them pick up this Rainmaker in a little bit. Nope. We're going to be having them set up probably on the middle spinner then. We go for a slow push here, but this Decapitator, able to find an early pick onto the Rainmaker, though, and slow everything down. These teams very quick to grab Rain. I think we walked into a bomb by accident, though. Chunks coming out from the Dynamo to try and help secure the plat. The Rainmaker pop actually going to be able to clear most of them, but another bomb finds a kill on the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and as this Booyah is going to come out, Hydra's going to try their very best to stay alive, but it's just not going to happen when the try is already on your back. Check is going to go here probably as the 2 swords spawn in, but just not quite in time, and the try is going to keep pushing forward. Catches them off guard a little bit. 3 go down, and it's just the Hydra left. With Hydra set up in a good spot and has charge. If they're a little too fast here, they might get wiped. The 2 do go down, and the Rainmaker is last up. Swords are going to try and dive in here and try to hold things off. The Rainmaker gets 2 on the top left, and it's just a scam. So they're going to try to hold this scam. Does manage to hold it down, gets 1. But the wipeout, this means this push is still going for Bogos Binted.
Yeah, we're seeing some very desperate defenses and offenses. You can definitely tell this is match point right now. The Hydra's going to be tricky for them to deal with. They don't really have an easy way to clear them off of the high ground, so they're going to have to be very patient and make sure they're pushing at the right time. That Rainmaker has a clear path, though, with the rain helping out. They're going to make it all the way to 5 right next to the pedestal there. That's going to be a great push for them, but they're not trying to let this push go anytime soon. We're going to see Five Nights at Woomy grab the Rainmaker, jump it off the map, try and stop before any more points go on the board. It's going to reset the Rainmaker to the middle of the map and give them a little bit more time to defend.
And we're seeing the Zap take a very aggressive flank. Doesn't quite manage to pick off the try, maybe tried to catch them off guard. We're seeing this aggressive playstyle of Five Nights at Woomy's maybe not quite panning out as they're a little too fast here, and Bogos Binted is back here trying to go for the KO. Can't quite make it in though, but there's still so many, like the stagger just keeps coming. And if they're not able to take back their spinner in time, they keep diving the Rainmaker, we might find that they're gonna have a really hard time getting out of this.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's just been push after push and a lot of Rainmaker grabs, which is great for the team pushing here. Because obviously, if you just pick up the Rainmaker, you just constantly force the enemy team to have to pop and grab it over and over again and prevent them from actually getting any form of push started. Looks like they're finally going to be popping the Rainmaker shield, popping an early zip cast to try to approach the enemy plat. Finds a jump and gets a nice zip kill immediately here. The chunks come out from the Dynamo to try to put some paint there, and you can see the Rainmaker immediately get trapped, having a lot of turf on the enemy team. You just immediately surround them, and no! It looks like the Hydra is disconnected once again. So now, on top of having to push all the way to 4, they're going to have to do it with a disconnect on the board. It's going to be a near impossible story to make this comeback happen, but it is not impossible.
It isn't impossible, but with that Hydra gone, a lot of the stability that aggressive comp has been relying on is now just not in the picture. It is possible with such strong fighting weapons like Sword and the Cooler to be able to maybe give them some space, but truth be told, Bogos Binted doesn't even have to go for the KO here, but they do get the wipeout here with the 3 down. Gonna look to just try and keep the Rainmaker as far away from their goal, as close to the enemy goal as possible, and just make this game absolutely more than an uphill battle in order for Five Nights at Woomy's to try to make this happen.
Yeah, we're seeing them try to pop the Rainmaker. Jetpack is popped defensively to try to hold on here. Here comes the Zipcast. We got both specials trying to desperately stop this attacking team. They're going to grab the Rainmaker and once again bring it over the right side. Not going to drop it off this time. It looks like they're going to try to convert it into a push. But the try already saw that coming. Was already set up with a nice shark to be able to just take them out.
We see as time is ticking down very quickly, Bogos Binted picks up the Rainmaker. It's going to have to be a last-second push for this Zap to try to pick off the Rainmaker in time, but it's just not quite in time, as the win and the set is going to go to Bogos Binted, and they will move on to our semifinals for the Junior Draft Tournament.
Yeah, really interesting play here. But we're going to see the... I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
This is. I believe Five Nights at Bogos Binted. Nope, I messed it up. Bogos Binted going to come out on top of the set, winning 2-1. What a close fight between two teams with very different styles here. Really interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah, we saw a really pretty interesting strategy on the side of Five Nights at Woomy's with the super aggressive, cooler double sword comp with the stability of the Hydra. Just unfortunately weren't quite able to make the conversions they needed on those aggressive plays to be able to get the points needed to win the game. And so the more kind of all-rounder comp that we saw from Five Nights at Woomy's and the slightly better internet advantage, able to hold them just enough to get that set. Looking at our set for semifinals, this is now a best of 5 coming up. As you can take a look at the bracket here to see the current standings, we've got the Sigma Ballers winning their round of quarterfinals. We just saw our set with Bogos Binted taking that 2-1. We have ICNC and Amogus Anarchy and How Hungry and the Fleek Snowbays. How Hungry moving on their set 2-1. So as we're chilling out and waiting for our semifinal set, let's talk about the maps that we've got coming up. First map is going to be Tower Shipshape Cargo. Pretty staple map in the community at this point for competitive play. Look, think about this map. What are we kind of looking at here for the teams? What's their key to victory?
I mean, Ship-Shaped Tower is just generally a pretty lockout-heavy map. It's really flat and open in the middle of the map, with the only bit of cover being that bottom right area under the bridge. So it's really just going to be which team can get a tower push started, especially past that first checkpoint. And that's where it can get really snowball heavy, and you basically just want to maintain control of the middle of the map and keep a push going as long as possible. Use that tower special to your advantage, and that's going to be the easiest way to use this map to be able to get a win.
Yeah, I see a lot of teams, after first checkpoint, if you're not already there to contest it, you just kind of let it go until second checkpoint on the left side of the map, and try to be there in time with enough special and enough power to be able to hold off the offense. But if they're doing their job, they're also going to have a lot of pressure with the special advantage to be able to make that last checkpoint really, really smooth for them, to be able to take control of that top side of the map and make it very, very difficult to approach the tower. A lot of times I feel like just the fight for mid can be really the deciding factor, as it can be kind of difficult sometimes to break through. There's that big drop in the middle of the map that both sides have a lot of high ground advantage on. Sometimes what do you kind of look for in the opening push when trying to break through mid and get a push going?
I mean, it kind of just depends on whatever team comp you have and what style you're trying to go for. There's a lot of different ways to approach the first fight of the map, so I think it just depends on what we're going to see these teams use, but generally I think opening specials are always going to be a safe play for this match.
Yeah, I find opening special on those top sides of the map can be really, really useful. Sometimes we see people take those right drops and try to pull attention away from it or get behind the enemy formation. But like you said, in this tournament, it'll be pretty much up to whatever the teams decide is kind of the most comfortable play for them. So map number 2 we're going to have, as we do see our set come up, we have ICNC and How Hungry is going to be our set for this semifinals best of 5. As we are looking at this, taking a quick look at the maps here, we have Tower Shipshape Game 1, Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market for Game 2, Clan Blitz on Scorched Gorge for Game 3, and then if needed, we will go to Game 4 on Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, and Game 5 will be Tower Mako Mart. So lots of good a lot of long range maps here in the first half of this with Shipshape, Haggle, and Scorch. And as we're looking to get into this, gonna be very interested to see what kind of comps we see here between both teams. As partner's having a little bit of mic issues, so we're gonna be waiting on that for just a moment.
I'm good.
And oh, we're all good.
I no
Fantastic.
longer have mic issues,
Yippee.
I think. Hopefully.
Love that. Love that for us. So as we're waiting to get into the set, you can see, looking at these maps here, I'm noticing a lot of kind of long range favored maps, aside from, at least in the beginning set here, until we get to the end, and then we go to very short range maps. So I feel like depending on what kind of team comp we get here, we might see a really big advantage for one team or the other in the first half of the set. And if they're not able to convert it, the other team might have a bit of an easier time on Humpback and Mako with the more kind of short range favored that we see there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely like a mostly long-range favored map list that it gets a bit more short-range favored the later we get into the set. So that's kind of an interesting pattern to start out. And then also with these longer sets, of course, you get a bit more time for the teams to adapt to each other, to figure out each other's playstyle or change weapon compositions compared to a typical best of 3. There's a lot more time. So it tends to see a lot more interesting adaptations coming out here.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the question that we're all asking ourselves is, how hungry? Chara, what's your thoughts on this?
I have no thoughts. Luckily, I don't need any because we're about to get started.
That's right, and we're seeing a Dapple Rapid Comp and the Stringer 10 Both sides opting for a blaster for tower control. Pretty common strategy we see here, as well as the bubbler on one side. The tent maybe looking to make some aggressive plays here as we get into this set of semifinals.
Yeah, both teams going with some pretty aggressive comps, all things considered. We do have, like, tent bows can be a little bit slow at times, of course, but still going to be trying to move up pretty aggressively here, while the other side's relying on a Dynamo Rapid kind of long-range weapons here with Junior and Dapple in the front. So a lot of paints for this blue team here that they're going to have to try to use to really quickly take map control and have a lot of space to move and get out of the way of that Tri-Stringer. And so far, so good. It's been working out well for them.
And we see 3 specials online for ICNC. Dynamo goes down a little bit early though, but that bubble is going to maybe hold them enough time, especially with the Rapid with this Inkjet online. Whale's going to hold off the tower for just a little bit, but if they're able to give jumps, they still have a lot of control here. Tower's still in that court side, but with 2 more going down here, it's looking like that's going to be the end of the push for now. Inkjet, though, if Envy holds this on, does manage to pop this out on this left side with 2 members looking at them. Gets taken down, though, in mid-air as the Booyah comes out, and now with 2 down on ICNC, this map is looking a lot more orange here.
Yeah, it's quickly flipping the other way, and this Tenebrel is going to be a bit tricky to deal with. Outside of the double bomb potentially being used from that Junior here, we don't really have a lot of ways of taking down this Tenebrella shield, so it's going to be something that has to be really careful to work around here. Dynamo throwing Cooler desperately for their team, but everyone goes down, and they're just going to opt to back off here. They can't even make it to the Cooler themselves, and this should be the first checkpoint down for both teams, so progress moving quite quick in this case, and we're going to have to see which team is able to find picks first. This Tri-Stringer is just going to be poking the other side of the map here, trying to get a little bit of damage and pressure on for their teammates. Gets the Killer Whale off right now, but they're taking their time with this push. They're being really patient here, making sure they get the picks necessary, and that's going to keep them from dying to this Dynamo here. It's only the Dapple dually. They're going to try to be a little bit careful to make sure they don't actually walk into that, and the Zap is able to find an early kill here. Tactical are at the ready. This could be a knockout if they play this push right.
Yeah, that's right. The Zap going to duel with the Dynamo, does manage to get the pick. Not quite enough pressure on the right side, though. That Dynamo did manage to pull attention away, but the Blaster's going to take this out. Booyah's going to come out as well, going into the street area here, and the Blaster's going to hold off this Inkjet for just a little bit longer. They're really looking to find this push going, but just enough holds out, and the last one's going to be coming out of spawn, and that's going to be the end of the push for now for How Hungry, as that Zap kind of overextends just a little bit and managed to get taken out. 2 more down on the side of How Hungry, and this Reflyer is going to dive in. They're looking to make a play.
And so far, the tower's resetting all the way back to neutral, and we're going to see ICNC going for another push here. The Dynamo's going to be the tower rider for right now. Dynamo or Junior, they're probably going to figure it out in a bit. But this Junior probably wants to bubble tower when things go south. They do, but they die in the process here, and this Dynamo is going to have to try to hold on and keep this push going. Accidental vertical flick, no! I hate when that happens. I've been there. Unfortunately, Flick comes out a little bit too slow, don't get the attack off, and this S-Blast is taking the tower back to neutral, camps the Dynamo landing, but not able to get the Inkjet before the rest of their team comes back, and they're off for another push, trying to move before this Tri-Stringer. They got to take out this Anchor before they get too much damage, but the Tent jumping in and the Shield's going to bonk the Dapple Julie off the bridge. That is certainly one way to defend.
Yeah, we're seeing this flank from Corey. The Junior flanking really aggressively, manages to get the pick, and the rest of the team cleaned up that. We're going to see a bubbler here, probably in just a second, going to hold this very aggressive position, making it very difficult for the other team to get back in here. But they do get taken out just before the bubbler manages to trade with the bomb. But this is looking pretty good for ICNC as they're trying to make this push off of Hungry. Cooler has come out, but the Dynamo didn't quite pick it up yet. They're going to get into spawn here, maybe try to look for another accidental vertical flake strikes again, but they managed to get the trade.
Yeah, that was a really good bubble. Unfortunately, they got taken out during that because that would have been such a high-value play if that player could have stayed alive and forced them to take care of it. But luckily, the other team's able to find a clutch kill to hold on here. The tower is still in favor of the blue team trying to make this push happen. They're going to try to get this bubble on tower. I think it's worth using after the Booyah Bomb. Just try to get this tower stabilized here. Give another resource that the enemy team has to take care of, and it's also going to delete that Tenebrella shield. We need to get the pick on this S-Blast here. Our Rapid is trying to jetpack away from the Zap. map, but not able to get out. And it looks like it might be falling in favor of How Hungry here, as they are slowly getting more picks in this team fight. This S-Blast is behind the tower, ensuring that nobody is going to get on, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah, really, really good plays near the end, just not quite able to make that team fight come out on top. We're seeing that the weapon matchups might have come into play. Tenebrella making a and the Tri-Stringer making it really hard to just exist on this map with the amount of power and area denial they're able to put out. But really good efforts by both teams to make something happen. Just it really came down to kind of like we predicted. That first push from both teams was really kind of what it came down to, and weren't quite able to make it past that last checkpoint, and that kind of was all the difference here.
Yeah, it was really back and forth, but I think this whole set is going to come down to the ability to take better care of that Tenebrella and Tri-Stringer combo, excuse me. And that's going to be like a very unconventional thing to go against, especially in a more coordinated setting, so you don't have a lot of experience with it. You have to quickly try to realize how are they using that, what can we run against it, if we have counter picks we want to switch to, or weapons that can deal with it better, and figure something out. I think a little bit more weapons with some longer range specials could definitely help, or anything that can just honestly shred that Tenebrella shield will be a huge help for this team.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see maybe a splash wall pick or something on Haggle, especially. It can be really, really useful. Haggle zones coming up next. Wondering if we are going to see some adjustments here. Definitely the blaster picks are somewhat less common on zones, depending on what kind of thing you're running, but the amount of paint and aggression that both teams were able to put out, it's kind of hard to say whether we'll see a lot of adjustments here. So Hagglefish zones, the real kind of big important area of the map obviously is the zone, but then after that, wondering what the teams are going to be looking at. We're looking at that plat area behind the zone where the enemy team is going to try to defend and then retake from. How can we maybe see these teams approach, controlling that area, or at least stopping those retakes?
I mean, honestly, a lot of stopping retake on this map is getting underneath the other team, trying to play underneath the tent, and just try to watch drops. It also gives you a good sight line on the left and right flanks. You want to make sure that no one can drop down without being seen as easily, and that's one way to hold for sure. Playing a bit more defensively in the zone is going to tend to get you hit with one too many specials, since there isn't too much terrain. So it's another map where holding a little bit more aggressively is very favored here, or you can just use a tent shield if you want to hold a little bit more defensively and give them something else they have to focus on. What do you think of the comms coming out here?
We are seeing a V-Shot come out, swap from, I believe it was the Junior before, looking for maybe a bit more aggressive position, maybe an answer for the Tri-Stringer here, as they're trying to fight over mid here. The other team opting for the same comp might be working for them. How Hungry with this 10, gonna look for a push up into mid, just walking in with that 10 shield. Gonna get pushed out by the Dynamo though, but Chumps are also gonna push the other team back, and we're looking at How Hungry making a pretty good effort, but the Reslider gonna melt the 10 shield, and there's still a bit of a neutral scramble in mid here.
Yeah, but this Booyah Bomb going to be able to hold on for a little bit longer until the 10 shield is back and ready for another push attempt. We also see the Trizuka coming out here, not able to find anyone. So the 10's going to be able to set up here, finds an early pick onto the splatter shot before the Trizuka can come out. He's trying to fight this Inkjet, but the Dynamo is unfortunately going to be able to take him out. And this is going to be a good chance for Yellow Team over here to set up, get control of the zone, and try to push here. This Dynamo's going quite far ahead right now. The Tri-Stringer is trying to push them out. And so far, we're seeing a pretty solid retake attempt coming out from How Hungry here, as we already get a lot of pain on the zone with those super chumps.
Yeah, and we saw a really nice play by How Hungry, kind of pulled some people away to the right side. That was something I was missing in the first attempt, as that Reflayer is going to dive in and kind of put some paint on the zone and get a pick. Gonna have to try to shred this Booyah, but the Tri-Stringer is going to push them out, and they might get caught. Gets caught in mid, and the Booyah is going to flip the zone away from How Hungry on the side of Ink. I cannot talk right now. Oh my goodness, there's so much happening right now. As we're seeing 2 down on the side of Icknick, and this looks like it might be another chance. We're seeing that flank on the left side, looking like they're going to try to clear out court here. But the Inkjet is going to maybe hold them off just a little bit longer, but gets taken down in midair, and that's 2 down on the side of Icknick again, and there's the points ticking down.
Yeah, huge picks from the side of How Hungry here. They're going to be able to paint a lot of the map and get control here, and hopefully we'll see some specials come online from that S-Blast. Trying to play under the ledge like we just talked about here in this Tenebrella, setting up some pressure there. But I think we're getting a little bit scared here, a little bit passive. We're starting to see the other team set up here. Luckily, the Reef Slider goes down before too much damage can be done. We're having a Trizuka battle That'll be won by the tent over here, and they're going to be able to keep control of the zone here. Launches the shield once again, and all they have to do is try and hold control with this Reef Slider going to be charging in behind them, able to find 1 kill, able to find 2 kills, and it's just the Tenebrella who isn't going to be able to hold zone here, and finally we have that flip, but not without the damage being done. Points all the way up to 13.
A really solid kind of push there, trying to hold some space, but as you saw, How Hungry backed off of the zone just a little bit too much, gave Ignik a chance to get in, and that was all they needed with that Reef Slider to pick off. The zap goes down a little bit early, and while Chumps are coming out without their whole team back, this is looking a little bit rough. Dynamo goes down, though, and they just walk into mid, and they manage to get the cap, though, and that's going to be 2 down on the side of Ignik. They're looking to make this push. The Blaster poking up on the top side of the screen there on the left side. Gets the Booyah off to try to stay alive a little bit longer. Inkjet comes out, gets the pick on them, and it's another big scramble in mid, but those points are still ticking down. If Ignik doesn't manage to get this cap soon, it might be close to a KO for How Hungry.
Dude, that's a big Trizuka double. The Slider is going to be able to trade 1 out, maybe find 2, almost find 3. But it looks like the zone is still not flipped yet. There we go, finally, as How Hungry maintains control of the zone once again.
Yeah, we're going to need to see them push up just a little bit more to try to hold this off. The rest of the team has already come back and is trying to put pain on zone. 10 ticks left, and they have to go for it right now, or else they're going to get knocked out of this last game. Dynamo's trying to pay, but can't quite make it. Gets taken out by the Tri-Stringer. 10's going to be here, put some more pain on zone. There's a flank on the left side. They're going to get the cap. Reslayer's going to try to cap it long enough, but just can't quite get the cap, as that's going to be game 2 for How Hungry in this best of 5.
Yeah, really well played for them so far. I think we might have to see a little bit more adaptions coming out here. It's going to be a little bit tricky to defeat this comp with what we're running right now. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see any solutions in terms of counterpicking or playstyle strategies here. But something is going to have to change if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, and as we saw, How Hungry just managed to clean up that fight in mid. Maybe a little bit too eager on Ignik to try to pick off those troublesome members. Very difficult to hold control against aggressive weapons like 10 with the support from the Tri-Stringer. And we're seeing that combo pay off, but the other thing that we saw is How Hungry using those sides of the map to pull attention away from the zone or to get behind the enemy, and manages in this particular clip to hold them away from the front of the zone just long enough to secure those 2 picks and then get the rest of their team regrouped and finish the KO.
Yeah, it's some really interesting strategy coming out here. Honestly, I'm very curious to see what happens for this next match. Clamblitz Scorch should be really good for the 10. I mean, 10 on Clams is a tried and true combo here, and it's going to be really, really tough to beat here. It's going to give them a really nice, really solid hold when they set up on that right side or left side, whichever team's basket it is. They're just going to launch it, get some clams in, and it's going to be really difficult for the other team to move them out of the way. So I think this is a map that favors them really heavily, and we could see a 3-0 here. Might be Commentator's curse, might not be, but I think there's high potential for them to get this win right here.
Yeah, especially with the Tri-Stringer. That's a really good map for the amount of range and the ability to poke over that high ground in mid. Not many weapons able to abuse the map terrain like that quite as much as Tri-Stringer, and maybe Explo is the other one that comes to mind. So both on a map that favors range and the ability to poke people out of cover, it's looking like a really good comp for How Hungry so far.
Yeah, it definitely is for sure. And Scorch could be a long-range favored map, but also very wide open mid just in general is where this map gets really... there's just not a whole lot of cover, so it's very easy for mid to long-range weapons to be able to find picks or wall out shorter-range weapons. Shorter-range weapons do tend to try and just get to the tower in middle and control that. That's where it gets a little bit more up close, and they have a big advantage fighting at the very top of the stage. So we're going to see players moving really aggressively onto that side of the map once we get far enough.
As we get into this game 3, this is match point for How Hungry, as we're seeing not a whole lot of changes. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Same general comps coming out. We got the Dynamo Rapid Junior Dapple combo and the Stringer Blaster Zap Tent. Very interested to see Ignik choose to go for the bubble instead of the Zuka on this map. It seemed like the Zuka was doing some pretty good work for them. And on this map especially, Zuka can be devastating, as the Blaster gets a nice pick on the Dynamo already. Looking for a second one, does manage to get it. Looking for a third, can't quite make it out. But their Dapple is able to clean up the 10. That's looking like a pretty good fight for Ignik. But How Hungry has these chumps coming out as they're able to get this trying to get this push and hold it off just a little bit longer. Map's gonna kind of reset to neutral, and we see that clams are pretty much neutral as well. Dynamo goes down again on Ignite, 2 down as well. Tent's gonna come out, and How Hungry's looking for a push here.
And as Dapple trying to make sure no one snuck in with the Tenebrella shield. Luckily, no one did here, but they get burst bombed to death before they can even get that Reef Slider off, and this is going to be a nice push opportunity. We got Booyah Bomb used to set up the 10 shield. That's been the tried and true combo we've been seeing from this team. This S-Blast is trying to look for some damage over the wall, but the Dynamo goes in aggressively, going to be able to find one before going down to this Tenebrella, who's going to try to stabilize once again using this 10 shield for his team. But it gets shredded. Luckily, he's got the Trizuka, going to back away from the Sky Camping, a landing here, and use the Zuba to clear some space for his team.
Absolutely textbook push there from How Hungry, getting the tent set up, getting 1 or 2 picks, and then throwing the Booyah in to clear the space for the score. Really, really good stuff. 2 more going down. This Blaster is just cleaning up the team right now. Look, really abusing the cover here. Very, very well. Gets taken down, but we're seeing that Blaster pick really making it difficult for the members of ICNC to find some stability and get back into mid here. They're doing a great job of locking out. Junior does go on to top mid, trying to look to pressure that stack and make it difficult for the members of How Hungry to get around, but all 3 of them gonna look for that. Reef Slider comes in to cause a little bit of trouble, maybe trying to look for a pick, but gets pushed out by the Tri-Screener again. We're seeing the stability of How Hungry's comp really coming into play here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're able to get chumps again. But this has been their main way of just painting the enemy base. They just kind of launch the chumps on their side, and the other team is respecting it a bit too much, I think. You got to really contest it if you don't want them to get so much paint control on your side of the map so quickly.
And especially with weapons like the Rapid Deco and the Dapples here, might enjoy to have a little bit of paint on them, but that Reef Slider's going to get 2. Probably going to look for a 3rd. They're trying to pick up clams, but the rest of the team isn't quite there, and they're getting picked off on the other side of the map by this Blaster. Chicken looking like a snack here, trying to get another one, throwing the Booyah Bomb, gets caught by the bubbler, but they're really clean in house here.
Oh, the S-Blast does go down to the Dapple, who's been putting in some work this set. Going to try to camp a landing, but unfortunately it's a super chump. They are going to Reef Slider the other team, though. Oh, and find a kill right after that. Going to be throwing Torps at the Tri-Stringer, and so far, we're seeing them actually get a decent bit of space here. This could be a chance for a push if they're able to get a few power clams, but How Hungry is not waiting at all to try to immediately contest this. Try to find some picks and do anything to slow this other team down, and while they do that, the tent sneaks in and takes control of their side of the map.
Yeah, really, you know, we see the big play by Chicken trying to drop in there and get an early pick, and even though they went down with the cooler, it wasn't too much of a problem, and it gave the other team enough time to get back on the ramp, pulled a lot of attention to that left side, and we're seeing that the tactics here are really working for How Hungry as that Booyah on top mid manages to catch one. Nobody's watching the ramp, and the whole team's going to rush up onto it. They're going to look for a score here.
Yeah, and this S-Blast going in with 7 clams trying to score, but once again, that Dynamo is here to take out all of the power clam scores. The 10 goes in after, and the Dynamo is just getting 1 by 1 by 1, but the damage is done as the lead gets extended all the way to 46, getting a much more stable advantage here, but still going to have to be a little bit careful of a counter push here. This Rapid has an Inkjet ready. If they can get set up on the right side, it could be devastating.
They have the clams, the Inkjet's coming out, the 10 trying to put a little bit of work to defend this. The rest of the team maybe not quite aware of this going on as the Dynamo's kind of getting fought in mid while the rest of the team is picking up the pity in the back. The bubbler comes out and they do get 2. This is maybe a chance for them to push, but rushing it a little too fast. The tent is there again already, and they're getting pushed back by that tent and Tri-Screener combo. Blaster as well going to push them all the way back to their own side of the map, as that push just couldn't quite manage to get it done. Does get a pick though with the Reef Slider. Friend's going to try to push on for the balloon, try to go for this pick. They managed to get the trade, but they're traded out again by Chicken, going for that aggressive drop again as the ball gets stopped just before the Inkjet's going to try to stall, but with only 10 seconds left, that Welcome back, everybody, to our final round of Under Pressure's Junior Draft Tournament. If you're just joining us, I'm Nate the Great. I'm joined here by Pro Chara, the one and only, as we're getting into this special tournament capped at A+ rank, and teams are all drafted in, all pickups, basically, of players who haven't necessarily played together before and have been put together for this tournament. We have our matchup, Bogos Binted versus How Hungry, and really interested to see how this team's come out. A little bit of a story unfolding here. How Hungry in groups went 2-1 in every round except against Bogos Binted, who 3-0'd them earlier in groups this tournament, and Bogos Binted has made their entire run, dropping only one game in quarterfinals. Everywhere else, they have been picture perfect. So very interested to see how this finals comes out. We're looking at a best of 5 here. Starting out on Zones Robo Ramen. What are our thoughts here, Chara?
This is always a really nice stage to start on. It's fairly neutral. It gives a little bit of unique movement options with the trench to be able to flank around, but for the most part, it is a very standard Splat Zones map. So it's a good way to get introduced to our two teams, see what adaptions they'll have since their previous time going against each other earlier in groups, and give a chance for both teams to really try to see what the other team is bringing to the table and make adaptions for the rest of the set. We got a pretty interesting map list here so far, pretty solid variety of maps, and so I'm going to be really interested to see how these two teams go against each other.
Yeah, looking at our map list, this is a best of 5 set, so first to 3 wins. Starting out with Splat Zones Ramen, then we have Clam Blitz on Museum, then Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway, and if needed, we will go to Game 4 Tower Control Hagglefish Market, and then Game 5 on Splat Zones Mahi Mahi Resort. I just love these graphics, by the way. Can we talk about this for a second? These are so
they're
cute.
so cool.
These little sketches of everything with the mode icons. I love these. Whoever made these, like, props to y'all, because this is just absolutely gorgeous. Love these. So yeah, thinking about Ramen, we're thinking about the 2 comps that we've seen. How Hungry running that Tri-Stringer, S-Blast, Tent, Zap combo alongside Bogos Binted, who, if I recall, was running a bit of a balance comp with the C-Jet, and I'm trying to remember the rest of their
I think Tri Nouveau.
That's right. Looking at my notes here. Let's see.
Get a fact check.
Yeah, so we had the
right here.
Right, that's we had the Clash Blaster, Dowser Dually, C-Jet, and Ventry, I believe, is what we saw from Bogos Binted last time. So again, Bogos Binted looking to make a nearly perfect run here with only dropping 1 game and having gotten the 3-0 on How Hungry before. Gonna see if they can pull off the repeat here in this kind of bit of a grudge match rematch here for finals.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens here, as we're pretty close to getting into Game 1, and really don't know what to expect here from this matchup. Obviously, I believe you said Bogos Binted won their previous fight, yeah?
They did, yes. Between these two teams, Bogos Binted won in Swiss Groups round 4, I believe, against How Hungry, won their set 3-0. So How Hungry definitely looking to not allow that to happen again, as Bogos Binted's going to try to close this out for sure. Going into that kind of a matchup, when you have faced a team before in a tournament and didn't perform super well against them, but now you're in finals, and the matchup may be the same players, maybe the same weapons, but the mental game is completely different. And you gotta wonder, Bogos Binted and Hungry both riding a lot of momentum, and you have to wonder, you know, are they gonna let this get to them? Are they gonna get in their heads? Are they gonna be a little too confident coming into this? But as we get into this Game 1 of finals coming up, we're gonna see how this plays out. Seeing some changes on the comps here, Chara.
Oh, okay. We're going with an Edit CRB comp with the Gold Arrow and Slosher. While on the other team, we're seeing basically just the same thing we saw last time. So one team changing up a lot, another team sticking with what worked last time, clearly. So we're going to have to see how that works out here. I think the Tenebrella is going to have a bit more counters this time around. Has a lot of things to deal with the shield HP. and we'll have to see how this other comp pans out. I think the heavy spot lane is going to be very self-sufficient here on that edit, and getting the cooler for the team would be really great if we got the cooler off, but the S-Blast is going to be able to take it and the bucket out quite easily with that short range mode, and that's going to leave a Kraken desperately trying to save it, but not able to find any picks, and aren't able to get out of there before the Zap manages to find that pick, and that's a nice early team fight win that they're going to be able to set up from. They have a cooler ready to be able to push in further, and this S-Blast is not slowing down, trying to get more picks here before slowly backing off as the strikes manage to take some space. But this is just a fight going on right now.
How Hungry just finished their Icknick, but they are still ravaging, looking for more. Not satisfied with that, and they're going to look for more picks here. Warcrim looking for that 10 just to push up the mid and just split the enemy team out. The Blaster's going to poke off one, but they do manage to trade it out. Look at these chumps here on... Am I crazy? Right, yeah. Chumps here on one side of the team looking to get some space, but the Booyah's going to hold them off. 3 go down, though, off screen, as the Booyah's going to come out, and this is a chance for them to push in here.
Yeah, another 3 down here, and the Zap going to try to take the entire map on the left side here. Preferably going to get this Tenbrel and get the shield up on this to get the S-Blast in. The Bow is setting up very aggressively on the wall, manages to find an early kill onto the CRB, and this S-Blast is going in with that Tenbrel shield, trying to find a pick. Not able to get one, though, as this edit is going to be able to find a counter pick and be able to set up on this right side here, going to be able to get a cooler for their team, and this is going to be a nice counter push with the tri-strikes going off. This 10 is trying to hold this corner, playing very patiently, manages to find a kill, though, and some damage on the bucket. Can they find the kill onto the Slosher? No, they get traded out by the Range Blaster, and it looks like the zone is actually staying in control so far, but I don't know if that's going to last with the Kraken and a Booyah Bomb going off. They're really trying to make sure they get this flip, but it still hasn't happened yet. Super Chumps are unfortunately not going to land on zone in time to hold it, though.
Yeah, really long flip here, and How Hungry still with those Chumps holding a lot of pain in mid. Strikes are going to come out, though, and try to clear things out, but the bucket goes down as this 10 is using that off angle really effectively, holding off the Splatling, pulled everyone to the left. Booyah came out, split the team up. They get the pick on the right, and now this edit is stuck in the pit where they're going to get cleaned up by Chicken here. In the fight with the bucket here, looking at this 1v1, but the Stringer's there to help. Does manage to get the pick, though, and the Booyah is also going to flip the zone. We're seeing this, the just sheer amount of pressure that Hungry is able to put out between all of the AoE, all of the 10 shield coming out, and the Chumps, putting a lot of pressure up, but that's not going to be enough if 2 players go down. Gets pinched, though, here on the ramp, and Bogos Binted looking to try to set up here and try to get lead here.
Yeah, and so far there's a solid hold for that pick from the S-Blast, and Booyah Bomb is going to be the start of a counter push here. Throwing a Burst Bomb at the zone to try to get the flip, and unfortunately that's not going to work out here. This Arrow is going to have a Booyah Bomb, hopefully using it to defend their super jump, but the zone does flip back the other way before it's able to land.
Yeah, this Zuka spot is really, really common. We see players get grouped up on that court side, and the Zuka comes out. Doesn't quite manage to get a pick, though. Chumps are out again, though. We see this Chump output from How Hungry has really been carrying them, especially in a mode like Zones, where they're able to put out so much pressure. The CRB is last with this Kraken, but the Kraken's not going to be able to paint the zone and flip it, as the timer's going to start to get down. They're going to try to escape. Do manage to get out alive, getting marched by that Ink Mine there, but this looks like Bogos Binted on their back foot yet again here.
And so far, pretty neutral fight once again here, but it looks like we're close to getting more points for How Hungry here. This Booyah Bomb is going to be able to displace the heavy edit Splatling, just barely not enough to push them off the high ground, though. They're trying to hold on for dear life here. The Range Blaster goes down. The Zap tries to find another pick, but unfortunately they go down. That's going to give an opportunity for Bogos Binted to reflip the zone, and they're able to get quite a few picks as well here. They're going to need to push up, though, if they want this hold, but a Suction Bomb takes out the edit and the CRB before they're Kraken can come online, and this Arrow Spray is stuck in the middle of absolutely everything.
Yeah, we're seeing, again, a little bit of eagerness here as 2 members rush in through that choke point, get taken out by the other team, but the points are still ticking down. Strikes are going to get used on zone to just try to cap them really quickly, and there, we see the jumps in the corner where the Kraken is, trying to get the pick, but couldn't quite get it in time. Bogos Binted still in the zone here as How Hungry has a chance to try to get a pick here. CRB goes down. It's overtime. They have to hold this just long enough as 2 go down on How Hungry. The points are starting to tick down. The zone is still flipped, and it's just the Tri-Stringer left. There's only 15 ticks left, and they just have to hold the zone for a little bit longer. The other team, How Hungry, is going to have to try to go in right now and try to get the flip. One goes down, that edit, and they don't quite get it, and Bogos Binted manages to get the last push to get game 1.
Yeah, what a last fight there. Nice comeback from Bogos Binted and what looks like is going to be a very, very close set here. So congrats on them for getting the win there. A very nice hold, being able to take out quite a number of the enemy team and then stabilize, not panic, and make sure that they can hold the zone down. And that's going to give them a sizable victory here. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, look at this overtime one more time for this revisit. We see the chumps coming out on the zone already. We use a bomb to actually clear quite a few of them early, as well as take out the S-Blast and Tent. Both players very close to their specials, which eliminated a lot of the threat here. And then finally this bucket going forward and taking this kill on the end zap to force the Tri-Stringer back was probably the pick that secured the game. From there, all they had to do was hold zone properly.
Yeah, we saw maybe How Hungry's appetite got the best of them, and they might have rushed into the enemy plat just a little bit too fast and gave Bogos Binted a chance to make that counter push happen. And as we saw, really well played at the end to just hold off the pressure just long enough and then be aggressive at the right moment to be able to take those fights.
Yeah,
as
really well played.
As we get into game 2 here, look at Clan Blitz on Museum. Like you said, yeah, really, really well played by both teams. What are we looking at here?
I mean, CB Museum is a very interesting map mode to move to next. It's much more open than the usual museum ones because of that block added on Clan Blitz that allows a little bit more of that old Splatoon 1 flank to come back. So it allows the other team to have a little bit more approach options onto the plat, but it's still very tricky to make that jump without getting spotted by the enemy team. So more just something they have to be wary of than something you're going to actually see work out too much. Aside of that, it's back to Clam, so it's going to be a little bit more slower paced. You're going to have to win a few more team fights in a row to get pushes started, and that's been really tricky. So we'll have to see which team is going to do a really good job of managing to stabilize, get a good amount of power clams before going for another push.
And we've seen the chump spam from that Tri-Stringer doing a lot of work to try to help with that stability, right? Getting paint out in those far away places to try to hold things as we're getting into game 2 now. Gonna see if we find any changes to the comp, and we do. We have a roller, Clash Blaster, and the Glugas with the Tri-Nouveau coming out. What do you think about this comp, Chara?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a comp I expected to ever really see in this game. Not a whole lot of paint here, so it's going to be really tricky for those weapons to get in, but a lot of short-range weapons that will kill you if you mess up here, so I mean, it's an interesting gambit to say the least.
Yeah, especially with the amount of paint, as we see 2 going down already on the side of Bogos Binted, with the amount of paint that How Hungry can put out, as we've talked about, and the amount of paint dependent weapons on the side of Bogos Binted, you might see this gambit pay off if they're able to punish the mistakes of How Hungry enough. But like you said, it's going to be very difficult for them to find these places. As we see the roller kind of stuck on the left side, gets taken down. Cooler's out, but that Zuka is going to pick off the Glugas immediately as they try to roll in. Bucket is stuck on the left corner and going to get looked at by both players here. They do manage to trade it out, and we see the aggression for Bogos Binted is there, but there's just not enough room to move.
Yeah, we see this Tenebrella trying to make a power clam real quick. Just going to be setting up on this right side of the Tenebrella shield, trying to push up to the enemy plat. This Clash Blaster is trying to get a pick on them, but that shield going to protect them for the time being. They're managing to get some damage onto the roller. Zuka comes out from the Clash Blaster, though, to make sure they get that important kill onto the tent. And that football is probably not recoverable, as we see Bogos Binted setting up in the middle of the map here. This Clash is going in, even with a power clam, manages to find a kill with a well-timed spot bomb here, and is trying to make it out as they get chipped by this Tri-Stringer. Luckily manages to stay alive here.
Right, we're seeing this again where the Clash had almost no room to move as the Tri-Stringer is going to get a nice pick on the roller here. Tent goes down, but trades with the Cooler weapon. Not sure if they got Cooler off, and this blue is going to try to stall for time, but we see the map is largely green, and that is good for How Hungry. The tent goes down, the Blaster's trying to get a pit, gets a nice direct, but does trade out the end try. But we still see the momentum is largely in favor of How Hungry here. We just need to see, can they manage to break through all of those short-range weapons on that choke point, right? All of those weapons very good at holding that space there. The Clash has a lot of AoE, the Tri as well. The Glugas have that wall and the fast kill time. It's going to be interesting to see how they manage to overcome that obstacle here.
Yeah, we see the Tenebrella pushing on the right side here. has a 10 shield up in the middle of the map. Looks like they're going to be rotating around a little bit worried about a counter push coming out here, and they're going to be using the super jumps to make sure they get control over the enemy team here. But this Try does not care. They are just going to be holding W key as they kill absolutely everybody on the other team and set up for a massive push for Bogos Binted here. They have a lot of clams they could potentially score here, but they got to not lose sight of the enemy team rushing back in with desperation to defend here. And unfortunately, they go down quite quickly here. This Bluga might go for more clams, but the 10 shield gonna bonk them off the map. Make sure that they don't get any more clams onto this basket. And despite a quad coming out from the Tri-Slosher, not a whole lot of damage done in terms of the score. This is very recoverable. As both players be at the exact same time. Well, I'm just kind of sitting there because whoever throws first is at a disadvantage here, as you see, because he's tanked the other Booyah. And neither of them die, though, so I guess we just have a neutral trade of Booyah bombs coming out here. Nice long range into short range mode from this S-Blast here as they move forward. Gets a direct onto the Try. Really nice play from them there. And that ball is going to be recovered by the Tri-Stringer, who's trying to push ahead of his entire team to make this push happen. Manages to go under the roller flick to get back to the tent, and somehow we are still alive.
Yeah, really good survivability and manages to just hold off this push. Now they have the special up to go down a little bit early. Gonna see if they can save these balls, but that's a wipeout on the side of How Hungry in that push we saw. The aggression is just not quite there fast enough for How Hungry. The rest of the team getting a little disconnected. And we're seeing, even though they have that pain and range and AoE advantage, Bogos Binted making good use of their strengths and managing to just win just by pure brute force here.
Yeah, the Kraken gets forced early from the Kraken roller by this Tri-Stringer, getting quite a lot of damage onto the other team. And no one really following up for a kill here as this Kraken pushes forward, manages to find a vertical flick, and leaves just this S-Flash trying to defend, who manages to take out one more player before going down, and the 10 Umbrella not able to save it. Try can unfortunately drop like 7 clams to score this power, but it's going to be a few points on the board already, and potentially more here. I think we might play this a little defensively though, get the Tacticooler out, and then we can go for broke, try to get a few more points in. But no one else scoring actually, as it ends up just being only 4 points added on the board.
And we see Chicken here going for that aggressive drop again. Isn't quite going to be able to make it happen, though, as the zap is going to be last up. Only 15 seconds left, and How Hungry, while having a pity, is going to get scored on. And if they're able to hold this basket open, that might remove the chance of overtime for them. Booyah's going to come out on the side of Bogos Binted. They're getting a few more clams in, and that might be it, as overtime is going to tick down.
Overtime will be fine here because nobody scored into the basket, so they still have a power clam, but they're going to have to counter push fast. The zap is right next to the basket, manages to score, but the rest of the team is so far away. I think the jump there was supposed to be to the player in front of the basket, but it went down too soon, and they have no way of closing the distance to continue scoring, and that's going to be Bogos Binted taking the second game of this set.
Yeah, really, really nice plays on both sides. We're just seeing, when it comes down to it, which team is going to manage to get the amount of force needed to overcome those choke points and get into the key position to score points. And that's what we're seeing time and time again. We're seeing both teams get a good advantage, getting good positions, getting good paint control, but it's just a matter of who's going to get in there and make the play. And we're seeing right now that's going firmly in the hands of Bogos Binted, as they have been scoring very well, managing to hold this to a shutout on the side of How Hungry so far. Looking at game 3 though, Rainmaker on Undertow is going to really challenge again that kind of slower, kind of more space control side on How Hungry compared to this really aggressive playstyle we're seeing on Bogos Binted. What do you kind of think we're maybe going to see from these teams here, Chara?
Yeah, I mean, Undertow Spillway is going to be a pretty fast map, especially on Rainmaker here. We saw the removal of the Uninkable in this rework here, which makes it a little bit more aggressive just in general, because you can push a lot faster through that middle if you get a breakaway, so you got to be really careful not to wipe near that first checkpoint area. But besides that, it's about the same map mode we're basically used to here. Fights condense a lot into this middle of the map, and besides that, it's going to be a pretty standard, relatively open map outside of that, with a few different options. You have that one fast path and one long path that the teams tend to go to, so we could see some breakaways here. And I mean, with game 3, we'll really have to see what comps are coming out here if we're going to see any changes, and it looks like the answer is not from one of the teams, but the other team going to be going back to the mint decapitator while keeping the rest of the comp the same.
We are seeing a little bit of a change as the ends up is going to be opted for the heavy edit Splatling, looking for a different cooler option, maybe with a little bit more DPS on the shield. As 3 go down on Bogos Binted already. This is looking like this might be a chance for the check already. They're going to take it left. We know this left side a little bit more stable, allows for a bit easier time defending from the enemy as it's further away from spawn. Tries going to just get in there though and get ahead of the team and manages to get the pick on the check as Cooler's coming out and 2 down on How Hungry. Not quite able to convert on that. Buddha's going to come out to try and trade out this try, but they stay alive, just holding W key forward, going to camp this jump too. Can't quite get it. Rainmaker gets picked up though. Chicken is here in the backfield trying to hold things down, but the try's going to take this down, and that might just be the end of that push for How Hungry.
Yeah, interesting. The Rainmaker managed to get past the checkpoint in this one, so very odd opening here as both teams are looking to get a push started here, and we see the Rainmaker being grabbed quite early. Usually we let a reset at this point, but it looks like actually the Rainmaker's dead all the way back here. There is an S-Blast all the way behind. If this was Splatoon 2, this would be a pick up the Rainmaker and we score 8 kajillion points, but unfortunately there is a checkpoint that we have not gotten yet, so I guess it will end up working out quite okay. I'm not quite sure how that happened there, but it looks like it's going to be alright. The push is just to 63, and we're just going to go back to neutral again.
A big scrap in the court area by this pillar here as they're trying to pop the Rainmaker and get a push going. Booyah's going to come out as the members of How Hungry a little grouped up here. S-Blast goes down to this Booyah, and Tent getting caught away from the team, get pushed forward into the enemy. They're going to opt to maybe take this right check, looking for a bit of a faster checkpoint as the rest of the team is down. This might be the right play. If Chicken can manage to get the pick, though, just does manage to stop the checkpoint again, and we're seeing this is a really back and forth battle. They get the pop, though, and that's going to be the checkpoint for Bogos Binted. Zuka is ready, comes out, while this Booyah does manage to take out the Zuka, and Chumps are coming out as well. While they got the checkpoint, looks like Hungry has managed to hold this off just a little bit longer.
Yeah, very nice counter Booyah bomb there, but the checkpoint is done. Out of the way, that's going to be some damage done. And actually, a full wipe means they can just run this Rainmaker. They just got to go. They're going to try to take it slow, it turns out, instead. Instead of trying to rush it right away, they're going to hope the other team panics a little bit, or it actually seems like they might be rotating to the left. They're going to switch up this push angle entirely and try to make a breakaway this way. They're going to try to give the Rainmaker some tactical to move even faster through this part of the map. And here they are next to a huge free alleyway of points. They get all the way to 9 before going down, and it looks like this push might not be done yet. This Decapitator is trying to get a pop on the Rainmaker. Booyah bomb gonna take out the Tri-Slosher though, and this is a very desperate defense here as this Decap tries to pop the Rainmaker shield. Also very close to that big bubble, but not able to get it in time. That could have been a big help for that Rainmaker shield pop. It's just the Gluga who isn't gonna be able to get it, and it looks like How Hungry will finally have a defense on their hands, but now they're gonna have to get a massive push to turn this game around.
And out of this world heads-up play from Eevee there on Bogos Binted to do that rotation over to the left side. While the enemy was all set up, ready for defense on the right, pulled it away to the left and just kind of scrambled things long enough for them to get that big push to 9. Excellent defense by How Hungry, but they're 3 down again. Tri-Screener's going to have to camp here and just try to hold space and not let the other team come in. Chicken going with that textbook aggressive style of the S-Blast, but they're able to pick this up, and the push is not over just yet for Bogos Binted. They still have to get back into mid and get this Rainmaker if How Hungry wants any chance to come back and keep this set alive.
Yeah, Rainmaker being grabbed here. Gluga going for some picks, though. Able to find 2. The Trizuka doing some damage as this Edit desperately tries to stay alive here. The Tri is camping the jump. Edit manages to help take them down, though, and is still alive throughout all the chaos here. Trying to pick off the Rainmaker, but the Gluga Dooley will be having none of that. Trying to find a pick. But no, it looks like the Rainmaker will be broken away. Yet again, this Decapitator tries to get a path forward, but unfortunately, they're going to have the Rainmaker taken out from the other players behind them.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, it's going to take a miracle for How Hungry to pull this win out of the bag. Zuka's going to come out, try and get a pick on this this player. Sharking behind the ledge here. Tent's going to come out, but if they don't find this shark, this could be bad news for the Rain. They might be able to stop them, but they don't quite get the pick. 2 go down on Bogos Binted. but they managed to stop the Rainmaker. There's only 10 seconds left, but this overtime is possible. If they're able to get this checkpoint, they need to pop the Rainmaker now and pick it up. The team is playing behind them on the other side. If the pop doesn't happen soon, they don't get checked. This overtime has to happen, and they die to the rain. They have to pop right now, or else it's going to be 3-0 for Bogos Binted. They're fighting over the pop, looking to try to stall this out. They don't quite manage to pick it up as Bogos Binted manages to take the set 3-0, and they are your junior draft winners.
Yeah, what a set. That was a very well-fought attempt from How Hungry, but Bogos Binted are going to be your champions. Congratulations to them for getting the win in this set. Very close game here, and it was a lot of fun to watch for sure. So congrats to them for getting the win in this draft tournament. Looks like it was quite a long fight to be able to get here, but they managed to secure the win with some pretty unconventional comps as well. So really goes to show that sometimes playing what you are best at is just going to be the better play.
Yeah, congrats to Bogos Binted, and congrats to all the teams for coming together and putting on this show for us today. We really appreciate the opportunity to be able to hang out and talk about Splatoon with a bunch of other people, and we had a lot of fun doing this today. So thank you all so much for coming out. Chara, when you're not on the mic here, where can we find you?
You can just find me on YouTube or on Twitch at ProChara. I also have a Twitter that I'm not really using anymore, but if you want, it's there as well. It's also ProChara. So you can find me there if you want to take a look at anything. And it's been very fun to be here. So thank you so much for having me on.
And you can find me, Nate the Great, on Twitch and Twitter. You can find me on Twitch tonight. I'm doing some karaoke for the Splatfest, so if you want to come out and listen to some singing, watch some Splatoon, feel free to hop in. But that is all from us on the mic today. Thank you so much for watching, and tune in for just a little bit more as we have another message from our lovely TOs.
Thank you so much, Nate and ProChara, for coming on mic for us. We really appreciate all that you've done, and thank you all of our juniors, actually, for participating in this event. We do have, Ellie and I both have a fun little announcement coming up about the future of Under Pressure's organization as a whole, seeing if we can, get the ball rolling a little bit faster, perhaps up some kind of hill even. What do you think, Ellie?
Sorry, I'm dumb and stupid. I forgot to set the mic switch myself, so I was scrambling to do that. Hello.
Hi.
Again, congratulations to Bogos Binted. I don't mean to hijack the victory. It was well fought, and only dropping one game throughout the entire tournament is kind of insane, so congratulations.
You want to know something about Bogos Binted? These are all new members of
Really?
Under Pressure. They've never played Juniors Draft before. None of them. Not a single one.
Really? No one.
Yeah.
Oh, this is kind
I
of insane.
think maybe, yeah, that's actually really awesome. I'm really happy. I think also one of them was using sticks.
Yeah, I think Octa was on the decaf and the Crackdown.
Really awesome. Anyway.
No, you go ahead. You're really
Okay.
good at this.
Anyway, we do have some fun, a fun announcement that I mentioned earlier about the future of Under Pressure, and what we want to do with this organization. I believe we have a video to show. Do we not?
We do. Someone said limited the twerk off happened. This is not alright.
What? Aurelai, wow, that was such an awesome video. Like, look at all of these events that we have planned coming up. Not only juniors draft, but now we have another tournament that's draft style that is essentially a step up where you can sign up with your friends and also get extra people if you don't have a full team. It's designed for people who are lower level or novice level competitors, being Divs 9 and 10 of Ludi. Then, of course, this is going to feed into FTIU, which we are absorbing. We actually ate them. Ellie and I are both already head TOs for FTIU, so the merger, it really makes sense, especially because we'd like to have the kind of growth for people just getting into the community to give them a platform to step forward through. Additionally, we're also going to integrate an event like the Golden Throne, which is a monthly gimmick event. And last time, I believe it was golden arrow spray zones only, which was 1 billion million booyah bomb.